I'm for the training to us. So, as I'm here, you better know a dear Ben and Cassette and a DNA. As I'm who be ye, now say a one and one getting now, banner caught now, banner call. I'm a penny call grantee interview. I think UK say me Buana will be a chairman. I just read it. And a year son of LGBTQ plus. Now, Jazira minimum no my quarters or a cutter.
Yeah,
Doha, honorable. I'm not sure some no Ubisa present or Bit a Dohada. Mean sure that I'm not sure. Sir King now what Doha. The weapon say I can't a manus make us and call penny no ceremonial figure. Mean sure say Al Jazeera for bit me an interview. I could be say not dream LGBTQ plus on a tiabia. But Al Jazeera for Timina Akukudru because the woman peninsula and Hawkine and will be sans Asem. No be sans Asem. When Penas can say Ghana de whom some sa if you say any pa said be a was to be no money who did this now my di a home como. Now the Casa focus on it is bound to happen. I guess Bibisa ABC and then Nanche Ghana for Bufu pa. The entire Bufu and say or your Mampeni, yes, or Ghana. Then so a Mampenia who do be Africa higher. Almost what Kasama ibit India IS studio. Nimpoya Mayemu, Ura Mills Yamin fan currency. Or kind of preoccupy one Missy West. Or say me or Mampeni at a mills. And Yami pencil. Nimum said Bobby Binti, the Amuba my auntie. And you beg us the foot and time we are to Mundia, and you come from Adia. But I didn't see you. Will. It's a in go and listen to Uhuru Kenyatta. I know your company with CNN. Current president of Kenya. Aya and then in Kasa. I call the video, not tea or Kasa or Katre CNN for. I feel Ugandan president. I can't say Museveni. Listen to him. Yeah, Nigeria, on pass the law, such more than 15 years. Yes, I think that's 13 years or something. I didn't know. I dear Ben SU Krun. Yaman Penny Kamara Harris or say whatever. Eba Cream. I played that video. Nanko phone share yesterday and Rammy boy. Penny someone or can a fast I billion. Clearly, I say and say, or no, on your interested. Or because I idea here. And Nipa Trouble man or Penny Ghana for. I 7 days cost for aging what you know, one Ghana for Ancaso. We could share diplomatic call to go and assure them. Say, BBC are crying and see. Nanko Fokra, Ubikra court to 17 see. He's just preparing our mind, say, or no, you're ready to sign any document. Because lawyer Bacho, any paragraph, I mean, boy, I'm with my academy. You levy, I brought near pass a person of parliament. Will be the court, me wa. And this minority court. Yeah. On pass your parliament, now on Mampeni assent, me wa. Not some of the Supreme Court. Yeah. Or Sanani as a Supreme Court cry. Emma ruling, me wa. I didn't see it. Tinedia, again, Abba. Say, Akosha will be a choose a day, and you're pushing his own court. No one go Supreme Court, not Supreme Court before, and delay, na, and you're not Zoman Penny, Opa on sign. Opa ma on sign. Where you're in Shano, but maybe a Christian. Messiah Ganani. Minim say, I worry who I am Mamreni Amania. Nti ya mamre mu no oba ne oba enware oba ne oba ntimi twempra be ma ne be ma ntimi twempra e ochiwade ma yen me as Ghanani yem preso me tu me hufo me tu ma sore masofo Kristo ni bia so me hye ne bia so me tu no fo e simple as ABCD every say sabi mpani fo so anya bibia mo ase aye mo no kro no ade ben ana yehu sa oba me posia so an grandson of 8 years di hwe ni ho hwe nsi ho na eno na nsi en bibia nsa ama yensan emma ho kwan na but when was the last time president addressed poverty in this country? Because here or when was the last time o mempeni address poverty can ho asem ye can unemployment ho asem and the human right issue ohia human right issue unemployment human right issue if the area bakuri mu now you go to your hospitals ahodo so how many of them they standard
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio Program of the Year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the Radio Program of the Year 2020.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asunyinetie sa platform media se unya now betna subia na it's a privilege and an honor na yamu be so part of the reception of this particular platform Shasiache and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It should count.
Yeah, that's
time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that down never to accommodate so. Mate. We must say Ghana that wakuma so. Sounds when that makuma so. Yeah. Until you hear na o man in Peja.
Akwa na say. Bibi aboko.
Oh, Osei Bonsu amwa. Me di amwa na count e ho. I said man no say ni unya ni Osei Bonsu amwa. Obi. Yeah. Mo boy juma. Mo boy juma yo bana ye be hu say ani ye ni achi. Em say oba ye na ye no shase ni baby anyame do abedu no. Awo ne de you have a sister near the Akusi tag office. Because Yamia Yebi. Yeah. Yamia Yebi. Now you share Juma Asempa FM so more ye. Any education among the man Crawford. Now we be idea about a born Crawford pass a start after and Crawford Amoduamuba.
Yeah, now beginning the year right
from Pondy. On an tag everyone award. Or church say before any investment kaka. Said the Baya is Sika, a Bayan no. I'm say, near betting I can say, Yamisha, Team Nina, Yamin Shamo. Asempa de eno na obi ati edu awia na maje ba bia aboso nti no Asempa FM de opo obeti
yeah that's it
na de obi is it captain's band na bo de opo obeti no nyame shira mo bo adwuma
yeah that's it Mr. Moatin on that tag code ano
me continue na me cheche ho muye ansa me free ma ko be go fra ma ko
yeah best thing about be din komobio why
yo the flow say
me din your say Bonsu
ko say Bonsu
who me now friend me obi ameje wo so why
ni so ni obi amu anenam
Chairman Medase pa Chairman Kutin Central Regional Chairman Hedima MPP hey Chairman Kutin do be kunipa o wow freshest burger in town Chairman what you akwa ba say
Obi nyame adom the vice selection akan yi de ya betu nso na wa won so ho efe Obi minim sese wo fans
sa
he
wa hefa
Miss Miko convention apostolic convention so we Pentecost but Miko apostolic convention wa Baltimore apostolic forward the law
okay
Mrs. Ketri no money kromo no me na obi na obi no wundi na afi obi kwa bisa me no obi wa ware na me masa me ni Facebook into pa bisa no they love you too much but why are there o price no cost nti echa obisafo nyina oba wo hu se obo mode na utumpon
na me so no obi ni kwere ba ko obutu ko kwa me radio TV bia mo bia o se utim de to e Asempa ena me ni se ni pa bebre o mu ni Asempa de obutu a bichimato me wo Ghana hanko ade a ebutu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa me wo ni ada pata o na me de beto bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto
Why not count the Bayer 3 hours? The big time. See, I'm up for enam so we free entry quarter there. So watch your kwanzo 20 minutes. No way. See, as I would here because when Obi, we would Western of 40 Asempa. Now a back who show now. And yes, may have many America say a yosun, almost some show no. And come ye no Western not for Asu de Mupa. And I wouldn't say Asema Yeke and no crap trudo.
Elder Amos Kevin Anan. I saw Penya Kwaba net saying,
me just souvenir of Bema. After
Papa and commentary. Officer say na Bibi Ekwe.
After say na love. Yeah. Life lessons and a legacies in Komano. I told the park come as some of the idea you are. Oh, dear, new kind. Now, but boy, I'm buying. Sure. That's in so Mujuma Pa Moody, Ekosiisen, so TM Pa.
Yeah, that's it.
The Kaiser me called Nigeria last time. Yes. I was listening. From the University of Nigeria. That was where I was based.
Okay. Chairman, my name is
Papa, this is the first time I'm baha. Na me sure say ya who conduct you.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM. I admire you.
Henry Nana Boache, Nana B, Abe Cancer. Nana Kwaba net saying Obi. Henry Nana Boache.
It's a Jumedia Obi. We are the living legend.
Living legend, pa.
Living legend. Unyamia Ukraine. Udin Yashita. Menana Zano free. Yashita. Obi, we cheni tiwa ayana. Yeneji Sunko. Inti we the living legend.
On Asempa FM 94.7.
Miso Prekope. Ba se bibia boko.
Nyame adaroma. Nyame de nanso e de afam ye. De bia da se ade chi yesi awia yi kokobo. Di na na ebu kev no. Uti ubia na se oje wutata free adwuma ma se wi lunch no.
Yeah.
Na se o wi odo pon adwuma. Edi obi our time ni share very strategic. Is a nipa no after ti adwuma o ya office o feel board na say you come in with a lot of excitement near that.
Now what is the name?
Mandan you dey be share
Yeah.
Over the weekend, I will never leave. Ekosiisen. Of course, we take over, and I can bet them a minimum. You are a worthy replacement, and I hope and pray that able to live up to the achievement or achieving. See, I wish you all the best. And thank you. Congratulations on your role. That's it.
Sometimes when I'm listening to discussions on Ekosiisen, I'm a keen listener to Ekosiisen. Every 2 o'clock I'm on it. I'm listening to they are the current issues on the.
Professor Stephen Kweku Asare. That's it, pa. Nyami shao.
Obi mi that's it, pa. Also nyami shao. Na twaso na Ekosiisen no mani nye kese. Next year me ba no na office no aye kese pa. Amen. And Professor Stephen Kweku Asare, a legal practitioner, KPMG Professor of Accounting, University of Florida, and Moten in Kano. Yo, Prof, where the medase?
Yo, me wo do wa kwa mu kra postpone no na enche ho do magina ba bia di dimensum kakra no nti sia ba men kofi. Mate.
Medase pa. Asempa FM, yes.
Na Asempa for na mu kanya me sam kase. Asempa de gospel di am kan Yesu Kristo ho asem.
Yeah, papa. Okay, yeah, no wait here, papa. Nyami sha. Oh, nice. Medase. Professor Stephen Ade and Yatene Kano.
Medase nidi kaino mame enchia wetie for bi na obi mezozo memo mabaso se ono production team MS Brano Ghana for betting aye koso e wo wiase ne oman mu a egise Ekosiisen. Yes. Na akoye Ekosiisen isusu idie na asi ebusa se ehin na ne mana kosi.
Asempa
Ekosiisen medase. Ema Dr. Edward Omaneboama Akwaba. Doc Boko there.
Obi nyami adom.
Ishia ache.
Emite won kanso ache.
Yeah. Fantastic. Congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you very much. But obo humodi. So obo humodi. I mean, ese ko Ekosiisen de. Yeah, apart from me on air, Mamintonka. But I'm going to check it. Says, what you sure? At you for Joseph. That's it.
Coffee. They will turn against them. Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the success. Some of them, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. And that's why you are winning the honors. And keep it up.
Openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians, only maybe X percentage. And the Philippines, they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be, that's
it. And the Honorable John upon the attending cannot.
That's na me fa kunya oso enchia etifo nyina o muti Ekosiisen dwumadi no na ebedo so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi so fa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a wuti na adwuma pa maye da be premisa amrenti me sama muni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
dodo na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese Ekosi inti ye bom abaso ye say the good, the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same I am a kind of nam maybe more bon. More year program, more political program, more something. And now come on, station a war, a ye gunja and kay program we yabonra. And I come pay so a war, a year man pusia and come on Nairi program. Now see a number one cry there. Gaman Ekosiise and one.
Sorry, that's it.
Nice one.
What man discretionary power?
It is the discretionary power to start with. Nipa 6,000 as a president appointed. We are sure pass President Akufo-Addo, President Mahama, President Mills, President Kufuor, President Rawlings. Omunina no omunim. Me fa one ufri.
Half a region.
District Ben or your friends.
Sustifi North.
We are sure say Sustifi North district. That Rawlings in Nipa ko appointed.
DC no. Me also know.
Rawlings, Kufuor, Mills, Mahama, Akufo. We are sure pass a Sustifi.
No recommendation.
Of course. Party recommendation. We are sure pass Nanado. Our president today. Bumpungu yo DC only. But the constitution gives him the power to appoint. A honor corruption, but we dream no kata as a honor. Mura if you say Alaji friends be what friends say. Friends say problem here by with IGP.
Chairman no.
Buginabu. Mura if you say 2017 Asemi by your name is in Accra. Mura if you say Nadia. And confirm friend no. Some will propose.
Yeah, I will propose.
And they be some the Odia command, we saw in the Tria command. It is a friend. I say, who is this? I say, oh, am I in? Oh, am I in? Don't worry, your name is in Accra. So, truth be told, we get a general dream.
Yeah.
Now, a certificate of free. Open ne. My president in your minister for sports.
Yes.
Anna minister for this, Anna chief executive of that. Where Jumani comes with PEX,
sure.
Well, Cruzaba, Ebi a dependent police aba. Oh, call back to certificate. Oh, in the crowd shall be different.
You see the Umwemia.
Do. I feel to her. When is
the crack?
Because as Omahino, Oba in Fino, it be ultimately Onana Minsaka Namka Now, in time I would say Asempa do. Omahino Oba, now your Peja was still
it in the crack. So what do we do? There's no. I think it starts with a strong leader, Oman. When you read, no, me about Chairman. What kind the history of Singapore, for example? Now share where Lee Kuan Yew, a far country in free, and the values and the principles of the boom, if we don't get to that point,
we will not get there, Obi.
That's the difficulty.
In my estimation,
yes,
we lost our Lee Kuan Yew in Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay.
Flaws and all.
Okay.
We lost him. The second person who had the advantage of say longevity
was Rawlings. Sure. And we missed that opportunity.
Too. We're done.
It's difficult. Now with the current
Asamna Obi, the only thing is a benevolent dictator. And I'm going to good demand. But it is the only South for MY. MY.
Yeah.
Yet he Yemi and saying Negana for it himself by 10th December. Sanya Baumia Mahama. It's as simple as that. So then another cycle begins until 28.
The next elections.
Until December 28. Yeah.
And you have 4 years. You know you have another elections into the critical decisions. Yeah.
28. You didn't say Anya NPP NDC. Then the cycle begins. 4 years, and fire could be.
And that's why
we can do things piecemeal. But
the hardcore revolutionary decisions that change by an ending. It will compare it to Rwanda. The ruling party assign a nominee
Kagame as their leader for the next elections. And that would be, I think, straight 5 terms are all, it be 7 years.
Impact will be felt.
Yes. I mean, there is no way you will not feel the impact because only one president, the same vision, the same ideology for almost 30 years. That's a whole generation. That's a whole generation.
That's what Chairman talks about Nkrumah rolling.
Yeah, yes. And that's because time account, and that's why I will share all the Asian tigers. None of them and the year 4 years, 4 years. 40 years, 30 years, one party, one leader. So you can take the strong because one woman say election to contest. Una erano hefa ne drew ya say had your sank you two mu nyina free ho nso ye ka say da bi we wunti me
we cannot
Oribo Asempa FM Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oribo Ekosiisen Asempa FM Asempa FM Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba Obi Obi nie Ekosiisen nie Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba Obi Asempa FM Asempa FM Asempa
Ekosiisen ye Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mamba Obi sup Obi nie Ekosiisen ye Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mamba Obi sup
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Ekosiisen Sune Haya Asempa FM. Check with your time, 28 minutes after 2. Live on a Tuesday afternoon, the 19th day of March, 2024. Midi di Osei Bonsu from Yobima. Yanamunyana Sensama Makwaba Bio. Enfamumra Ekosiisen so. We are reaching you live from our national studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. The show is live on the World Wide Web, myjoyonline.com and adomonline.com. It's on Facebook, Asempa FM Extra, and then on YouTube, Asempa 94.7 FM. Join us on all of those platforms. Or Adventure, you can post your comments there. Let's know where you are watching us from. Na yenshada modi me we are seeing so in who so it's our way of appreciating you for making time to watch us every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Just come through with your messages now. Mention Kai Emamo. It's a WhatsApp number edition, so 0548 443 523. Yeah, the community concern segment Bremo Enchebia Yuria and Urim say Joy News investigative journalist Kwetenate is out with a documentary. It's an investigative piece on feeding in our senior high schools. Na the documentary is titled Empty Plate. Na wow utimishi bi enrano hawa nioma esi ekoye ene Kwetenate will join us in studio. Na afe ya caught into the documentary what the story actually is. Na munyina no matimi hu said no mesi ko hawa feeding eko ewo the various senior high schools across the country. You be phone lines na awofo amutie yen so no mo de madwenchira about what you make of the documentary and nioma mufi say was aban etumi eye going forward. Ye be this ankomo no anyway into muncha so Emma when Kwetenate joins and we'll pick reactions from the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education as well. In Timonshan, it's a comprehensive conversation and yebeshe na yetumi edi. We are in discussion segment. Atik Mohammed would be here. Lawyer Chum Berema would also come through the show. Na afe yenya member of parliament for the Oda constituency Honorable Ekosiisen would also join us here in studio near Timi Edin community. It's a packed packed show. We have a lot to do in area. And so we'll get started in a moment. Na mamin kai mo bi say mo share with YouTube and Facebook. No Facebook, I can say a page on Facebook there, Asempa FM Extra. It's a new page I create. Like the page and watch our stream over YouTube and so Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. Please subscribe to the channel. Na into Richie our North London yadase for always watching us. Samuel Boabin Osei from New Jersey in the US of A. Samuel Boabin, thank you. Gordon Jima Osei, good afternoon, Elder Obi and your great team. I'm Gordon Jima watching you live from Columbus in Ohio. Ekosiise show has no size. Thank you, Gordon. Master Planner Junior or Kintampo Municipal Assembly. Also, only Honorable Isaac Bafo Ameyao, MC and Shane. Once Nesaya parliamentary candidate for the NPP. Wellington Ade or New York. Also, also greetings to my family at Kwadaso and Achima Foase. Okay. Kingsley J. Yao, London, Shane, James and Nieku, also a community concern is about the road from Gladisco to Agave, Afedume. Also, please try and ask our MP when they will fix our road. Okay, James and Nieku, and also acquire that Gladisco, Eko Agave, Afedume, acquire no Enye Papa. Selena Louise, good afternoon to you. Patrice Lumumba upon or Bronx in New York. Yaokusi Ewo Toronto. There also Shane Frank Osei or Romford in UK. Shane we say Vora. You have something to say about our documentary, China documentary, no Emrenye. Arshad Baine, also Columbus, Ohio, Shane on YouTube. Inti Yadamunyana say Shaibu Basti or Illinois, Frankfurt, and so Shane Yadase Papa. Emmanuel Asare Akoto was Staten Island in New York. Akwesi Mensawo Middletown in Connecticut. Where's Obi? I'm watching you live from Hamburg. My name is Nana. God bless. Former Kotoko PRO. Nana. God bless. Yadase Papa. Nyame Inshao. Genesis Sam. Thank you. Charles Quay. Or Belgium. Wonso Shane. Kennedy Efriye. Moscow. That's the capital of Russia. Moscow in Russia, Charlie. Kennedy free. We brutal. Yeah, that's it. Now, Ghana ni be minim say we live. Domi boxing here live and I say Enra de. Enra. Na kwa no ma ye bonus ah. Eh. Na Ghana ni ya say a friend BB plunge. Gabon ni na bono from wa bona ma ya stop fight na kra. Charlie. Oh, Cash Donko ewo Cincinnati. Cincinnati. Also say yeah, that's it. Muhammad Yakubu su that's Kabiesi in secondary. Wow. Also a harbor view Kabiesi, thank you so much. Masterpiece as will be good afternoon. Watching you live from London. Special regards to Peter Cheya Champo, aka Master P, who is back from Northampton in the UK to bury his dear mum this Saturday at Asantia Chimfri DM. Wow. Master P, accept our condolences. Windsor, Connecticut. Thomas Donko. Yeah, that's it. Echia Munyana Stronko. That's on Facebook. Let me take you onto the phone lines. Now, Yemfa community concern. No, we are Kwetenate will join us in the studio, and then we get into his documentary on feeding in our senior high schools. Empty plate. Yebedi home and come extensively in the area. Numbers are friend me and son. Imubi our friend. Yebeti me nyane afao. Now the community concern. No atuja amaye. 0302 216 545 0302 216 545. That's the first number. Second number here 0302 216 546 0302 216 546. And a third number here 0548 955 947 0548 955 947. You can call any of these numbers. Na yetio. We say okay. This one says, Obi, please help me wish my schoolmate Esther Otu, a happy birthday. Gamel ewo ewutu obrachere and udi we abrain. Gamel yada se papa. Where's Obi? I'm listening to you live from Adenta. Charles Quatin yada se. This one says, Obi, okay, I think I've dealt with this one already. Thank you so much. In the Eshasia from calls no on the community concern segment. Good afternoon. Hello, Temenka. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Hey. Okay. Ma yem fani pa fofre Ekosiise insuni. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, me va to hwani.
Sorry. That's where we are very much na amwa kuna me kasa CS for the here the team ewo Accra.
Na na mo akomi enti o.
Obi. Your best friend. Ewe ni fiji po. Obi ene okopeste pit meter ewo Abdullah. Yefitia 3,000 Ghana cedis.
Asempa FM.
Obi emre umi na 3,000 Obi o yaji pore ko aban confession anka enye bone 3,000 you can spend 30 million for 1 meter. Obi adden with your man gonna with the coin fan. The best service before say only almost staff on and kasa. A coin only to move for and now so gonna have you didn't make a train a camera buono. More ya. The best room. Come meet and you scare a buy so omino. Obi say would I walk on the eye? Say we Obia, we send things, you ever saw one mount. Na meko ko shaba meti memo amini be bia no tapo e bakati ni twa no because e se me kakra enfuti be bia nje be se wom e ko yom ni kana fo na so e na mita ho sen so ma o mu twa na fo e fo mita ho sen obi e mo ya isi fu ye mpe fo ye enwu ya o mu ya na Ghana water so obi Ghana water fo so bofum na so se ye de obi be ye fa be na ye betra be 3 months asa ball na ba be bia meti awo alaji tabola obi e so ma now the Bonsu game the bro I'm going to ball no the best for almost no me my
na na mo akoni ete ne nka ne Ekosiise insuni haya Asempa FM. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me ba chon hwan ne
ya fe me Obi me kasa free takwade
Shumesi wa takwade hemfa na ho
takwade me kasa free Israel Fijai.
Oh, okay. Me enti
Obi.
Yes.
Now, me say a friend say, "Oh, Frank Motors." Frank Motors, I dey call Keten Junction way.
Yeah.
Hey, Obi, you say takwa di empeni form wo takwa ni yehu do mo pa kire o. Na e ko yi na se da. O mu timi nya ho hwe. Na empeni form so take ni takwa di anu mo. International rule. Me say Obi here who to pay from takwa de apoke posa. E risky. Because e pan nya ba kompo. Ezu mpenifo wo takwade ezu yetimi nya hohwe frank motos aspect kakra no kohwe onopa kohwe traffic esi wo kohwe wi traffic esi wo kohwe nyume traffic esi wo no mo Obi amenchi amadafo ba ko e friend balance o ton pa boy ko bangani mo habo adom nka ho
ye da se papa painti takwade fo amutie nyame nhira mu nyina ha aseda 107.1 FM emeze 107.1 105.9 FM ewo second day takwade enti aseda FM tiefo nyina ye chia mu nyina asonko ema mu nyina akwa abade mo ba Ekosiise so ma ye ntwa so
hello
community concern me ba cho radio hey.
Hello.
Udin the same kasa free hin.
Hello. Yeah, tell Isaac me free.
Oyibi.
Yes.
Isaac me enti we.
Yeah, quite no. I think some of but me sure some bet me answer normal position.
Adentia.
Oh, I quite so. And then me answer be my containers. I don't have a common if you're fine. I'm here to do Kumase. It's me baby who we and me master.
Nana Ufi said, and what's all my pamage ready for no?
Oh, my casa. Say what permanent. I was so yet. Not to be so who said, what a final now permanent.
But I was so mobile, Yana.
Oh, I feel only the machines a bit on my back, side and side. No.
Okay.
But everywhere and find yes major road we eti me sira mo so mu tumi ya mamu fa machine quota na akaka wo kwan ni mu no
na ebrebe na wasan ko mo de road no o si ebrewe yem fa nya sa road nti ebrebe na wasan ko mo ye
ebawe ababa budget mbe 4 times
enti ye mamu meye
me ka se mamu mbe me sira mo so mu hwe no mu nya mamu mbe yi quota na aka na esa gas be kunyan
okay mate yeah
na but me ha ba kon so
okay
hello
me ba to me tie o pa
Ay, Matisse president say LGBT ay mrano. Ma speaker and farm renance and our court. Na ebra yi levy.
Okay. Ma me na se ne yemfa nipa for community concern and EFA yedase. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, senior.
Me ba to
nede mania de say ma me kata wo show isu. Ye preme Umar me kata fi Madina Estate Oscar Automobile.
Umar or Madina Estate. Wow.
Monsieur senior na mpato ya o my hene ti anoma me manage no ho pa.
Oje so pa.
Senior mpato me akra hana me was be me fi bi Teachman West.
Okay.
Zabrama Kudu or Zabrama.
Okay.
Ye MP na ye Honorable Steven Jelula Deputy Road Minister.
Yeah.
Ye road no odo de omo ye enana me senior ba ko no e ba so ana wo ka se omo be juri kwan side and side ase on person omo tu quota so be the way adene ko no ase delaying wo putru so ha manfo e wo kwan no ho esa na enye fine na the way omo na ko de senior ye nkwala so be niema ye de ani atoto fo ma ye ready ground so no omo ntimi nya den omuntimi nye sika no wahimfa sika ni ho omuntimi nya ade no so be untimi nya ade no ensa nkoya ade a ebe ha obi yesre ne yesre ye koto begu foma yesre no onye bibi mfa ho mai na ye nim se obetimi aye eni nti na ye de ye to ma na se wonye de wombra yesre no na misre we president LGBTQ bill.
Mama yen divert we no me pamuchawa until let's stay off LGBT in sense seminar. That would come in the main way. Let's deal with amount for community concerns, Mr. Remopa. Good afternoon.
My brother from Jenkan.
Ebin council na apom to saying
Ade nyamna dum no so.
Nyamna dum bibi aboko. Na what fraud na kasafin.
Y2K ni.
Oh, Y2K Charlie. Mete won ka che bibi aboko.
Brother mutu ho.
Charlie.
Mutu bi mo dream ho. My brother ne wife if you to mama busuafo na ne nyina ya akọ.
Oh, too bad.
No da Sunday no fi mo kolebu.
Too bad.
Obi. Mr. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia office. Gana henyi da donye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. No office was set up table with monitor radio station. If you abasra hon, so issue bi bana ya ka, won say no one o send President Kufone time wa. No ni table no would take Hassan and Kasa. Obi. Match ba Fatima, information minister. Obi Yankoponi said. None so say no to one among. Obi electricity. Makai engineer Bwachapia.
Yes.
And Makai Ajimai Butu. Baby Bila Obia, Master Bijamana Sensen, Muka when Priscilla Yankoponi one. No one na Kawasa said to be Bila Obey Gana from your own faso. You see you prepare what I be. Must start radio 1996. My GMP till 1992. 2004, my advert more than 4 times, man, just a people. Manko baby, I'm on there. Who will be 10 people offering to big mama. Or to maybe a hand appointment authority. Why is that would be an abbe back at the Sabi Kafra? I can I get the package. I can you see if I had a journey.
No, no,
Obi.
Moba, tell you, Moba.
It big electricity as summer.
Y2K.
My brother.
Nyabuter, Moba.
Make electricity as some other minorities.
No, metase, my make Canada. O premise are at the shas, no ye problematic kaka. Second day, since 1992, who be our MPP more friend do big Mahama. Now a patch then there undeserved overman them appointment now.
Because one day it's woman appointment I want to party the future degree.
And I wanna what party in your na.
Obi. Minimde Ednam Christosum.
Yes.
It is a former for a channel be a Ujina I actually.
Sure.
I'm also down on Padama Catero. Obi. There, yes, energy ministry, one subsidiary on electricity. And sitting with more here or your crime there. Sir, sector minister on my MPs meters. Now, what about the lawyer of fund electricity for what about my one crop? What capture those meters? No, now what start to bill one. Now, here I have existing meter. Will you go to a yellow to Abba and go to meter now? Politely, or that catching upon I go if you see, you'll be changing meter. May I more for or be used to prepare do what one country credit or what for the free meter what the bubble or to bring catch and from now more assessing lawyer when you there and call for a political meter that campaign 3 years ago what about for a baby to say when you electricity for capture you into one bill will use it free. Now any prepaid meters for and here I use it prepaid able to hear the next go. You need prepare the cash I had to good and I found credit yen. Not the new meters outside the Bobamahan. I'm more be 6 years ago. You're about to about MPP. Meter what man postpaid on to your bill. Minimum be away use 3 years bill and buy. Work up on our electricity what's it? Yeah, word my young. And to say the prepaid new one about. Maybe you use postpaid the way changing what the man I cannot use it prepaid, you know. Oh, be a better about complaining you have no more credit toward one farm. No more credit to our farm. Now, Sergeant MPP and success. Okay,
why took your point is well made. Yeah, that's a papa Panyamin show. Yem fat nipa hofre Ekosiise Suni. A Asempa FM community consent segment. Any a day, but who fran out of concern at Tujama 0302216545 0302216546 for any of these numbers near you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me bacho haini.
Obi bacho. Ejakwa Brania and Katavi Don Quabina and Pesuaso.
Ejakwa Bena.
Don Quabina and Pesuaso.
Me and you.
Obi. Sending a Ghana for the yard Bonia, Yaka say, and Ubisia the Pie and say Bonabaso. And now name a crochet hockey. Oh, to Oko, a picture of the station hall. Now, Zoom Lion 4 yard, my man, as so many say, Jabo Bone, one view hockey, a program review. Now, what about Robert Osei? It been now. It's your Muslim lawyer, and it's a point say that one fat one say, oh, if it be and can be a to be a mission on your say, will be no command. It will be in Kra. The big traffic light and your Juma. The person bisa say, and your fire citizen, yes, I said, traffic light, a Bayer Juma, and Wagana, Obi. And also a Bayer Juma. A banner say, traffic light a Bayer Jumana. Ah, you will be a Ghana Highway Authority and road safety for say the only road safety, more on your authority. Ah, ne, almost to me a show, not traffic like any Dragana, no wood market any crown, for an obi, ye co and I say, yeba. You best say and pay for the Piomoka. She's never touched a Piomoka Obi. I will say a great action of Omena in Piomoka. Suddenly I say Omini Edimu. Because a chapter with Jumaso and I was in Bia, ye Piomoka. Ghana, a doom rat out here slap brass, ye in Confwedi, our Jumam, where those ye knew with the no of Fumbla. Because they were bread over Juno. Now for all Kumubima, and Nantia school at the fair page. One of the corner also Gabriel's own yet. No, what did my boss and I was more Jumakutia. And I accident a who's here and a few Ganaha. The best there. South Taylor number the Byron. So much they do, and then I see you come to the car. I could check a Pakia and can never and Ocean and Qua. And one age man on the Ruby. The best home. Jacka said, Ma, I said, roasted from you with Juma. The interim cat budget ever my own eyes. He was my common says, can India a gunner for extra account there. I get my thing, Ruby.
Midasiminia, Ekosiise Suni, community consent segment. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, me want to know. Nyame adomo me ho ya pa.
Yefemi Kesiano afo me fifi asama akadeka.
Kwesi mi ntie we.
Obi dano ko Madina. Ena bika football ya ma fo ye hu bia se ka ku nipa intino. Ena Madina se be football. Obi me football ni se me fo obi ebi a ma fo bi okwa no so no. Ebi of football bi so. It will be happy the best say how it did not be a so no any free. You say
assembly na said here because they have to manage the facility.
It can already so that they are 20 assembly no omonti Lankwantano municipal assembly omonti. So for obi we say president na so we say
who never be crown for 90 who
never be crown for 90 you talk tomatoes you talk jelly you talk nabwa you talk kobi ebey obi to ma be pa ni tinu as Ghana.
Okay, and yene a whole MC ni bedi nkomo. I think we have to bring it to the attention. So no yene bedi nkomo on phone. Yene bedi nkomo on phone into the koso etie. Why? Oh, raise him on the line. No, Edin Komoya, that's Papa. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Obi. Me want to find the menu.
Mpacho, efemi Tete.
Tete, who kasa free?
Me kasa free asesawa in the upper Manyakrobo.
Ah, okay. Me want to meet you.
Yo, Obi, me that was I am say ye kwino from Koforidia to Asesawa. Omo ye kwino, but they say baby omwedu no afutu do etoso ye yes share contract and say abampanyu for hwe na omonye na monye no mai because 3 years continuous near afutu nkwa. And a second issue here from Asesawa to Sekesua road.
Yes,
a very important road Emma Ndobai Eba Edwaso Bibiri. Yes rabai wayebi but ombe yemboaye na sa kwa no so no omonye mboaye. But I was surprised. I make sure. Yeah, most of them from within Circle area, Honor.
Very well. Yes, we are that Papa Enche. Yebesha constituency watch us into one of the areas and Yamea Domoa, Yedi Ekosiisen Ebeba on the constituency watch train into Munshan and Somayen. Good afternoon.
Eda.
Aha, now a poem to saying
Eda Yamia Dum. Unya Bema Abaya Mikatafra Shamazenu.
Abai at the saying,
Ayo, Nancy, your cost right, Kakrantina now to Minkano.
Oh,
Yamiadu, original chama, one of us more. The girl be a Bonabaso. I wouldn't say Juma Edi Bo, my Ghana, yes, you are calling Juma Dia, you wouldn't send that from.
Yes.
Yenya Kadia Bibri into Yapapana Far to know to say. Yeah, and this is your college here. Obebuaye, baby, Obi and Yamishano.
Okay.
Eda, why are this is here? Mr. One year fair, my Yanyamubi.
Adane.
Why took a buy the car, Vice President Mahmoud Baumia office asem. Abra Nanya discuss it.
Now, say, me pacho, to be fair, while me discuss Vice President office. Asemo kind say Vice President office on him so mutie radio. Omuntie no omonsema omoka no omuntu hu adwuma and odi omo na sem no etu nti the focus was not to come and discuss.
Okay mate me da se na mi ya ne mu bi nso eye ge asem no hu hia omo the president
enye community concern that's political issue you betimi
obi mi come asem so no obi ya bohu dewura wo your constituency akonkatama so Obi yakwanyina say yakwanyina Obi you see aye maintenance ayebeye wo ya quantum Bonsu wo your constituency ha road ministry ho aye taya ma akwanya to ama ti adisemu Obi so free asama na wo bajenu akaka kra na obedu star oil Obi eni wo nyina say ka Christ ni nkomba o kakra no Obi yebesire ye wanti anya bibia na central government ni beyo industries no musumu responsibility and no thing that me for your tax e di mamu. It is a bibi here ya wata mutu wana mona mu be yemaye. Akwani nye ye na ye tumu kania obi minu ka say ye tu ya pipe mu ko almost 1 month nia ye ni so ayanu. Adey obi ana matema military start work no eye best and them obi since last year me year best between na emaye e dey na ekosui ya minka ho
me da say Ekosiisen suni Asempa FM. Good afternoon.
Obi.
Yes, me ba chon hwan na menya no.
Obi tampa so bi ani o.
Hey, na it's a saying.
Obi na say ask my then ask for the need go on the me. Ah, yes, we no go to phone. Ay, so sani e pa no. Obi si ade go ye ma mu kra o.
Yeah, me to me.
Oh, Obi. But ba movie ni ba ko.
We'll bounce back very soon.
Oh, no be. Na zen Brazil as bogu one ma so ye. Awe bia na ho de say ya muti. Ye movie o patre.
Na de omo de ye you hwa na ya de papa.
Oh, Obi. The last na see any dream tell the boy. Ye che clean goes to represent of that anya he. Na du mu de so na ye movie oh there be ye mu ba ye. E movie we be ano di do. Obi anya he o se anya ya o think kan say but jana aso for quiet.
Mate.
Obi ma me sure na me say ti for see at person. Ade ba ko ha me. The pastor said we Uya, my uncle, my GPS or my GPS said, Mana Obi. Obi. What's the flight up? Who call a passer?
Yeah.
Southern Bridge now, if you are not do a pass. Obi, if you want to say Bob said 9 o'clock, go to 10, 12 1. Sir, Unim said, Ufaka, so footbridge, also cross here. Ubakona guys in them, so maybe on so air crossing. When you do top, no, I don't know, so I do phone. Akoso me nam phobia mo ye workers o airport ni pa let omo nya adi omo phone o sa food bridge ni so ntino e ya de e koso o sa food bridge so ntino me sre IGP so tie Asempa FM ana police benefit omo tie bia no make sure say e ho no omo ni be ko ho na wi omo wi anko for sa top no ana odi uko obebi ta nkwa omo ze ni pa na mgo ufi so me penten ma ko tuna me na cross obedu top ope no wa twisi ga no wa di phone. If you go to find him by so news, Mamma. And Obi. Cluster house anymore. Obi. Traffic light is still you. Obi. Now, Yanya. President. I want to go now. You need now. Traffic light never do. Almost a go 3 weeks. You wouldn't part and I said the air so yet. Now, come on, because I will be your Obi. So that this is the bed that you're naming my Yokuma. And so, you also say street light. Uko toilet bia ye tu street light do e ana koma so na street light dey na so nya djuma nti obi zai kana omotete no e ko wan ho obi na ko wan ho ana tu ofedi traffic light one half year ni edun ye no so na no so ye nya na obi ni ya re ho ni say police fire omo danger traffic light omo direct traffic obi papa traffic light na e ye djuma no e wona yo omo dina wo but when I go on my hot traffic light, I do a home now. Just a whole now on my Obi dream for red, no, I didn't scar. Into local jump for traffic and air to Mano. Then by our ultra red light, man, or too much to chase you, not much. So I didn't be a few. Now, me, that is how you know police will dream. Traffic light, I do no now. Or first house is here, I may call at the 3 here. I think you go on. Every year, me know, police in the end now. Cars are bad piece away, room. Yeah, but I think will be the truth is here. I won't say police about or Benyas go already. Oh, and so now there will be Yamizian kind of credit. How are you been a boy to my by only the police for the Casa? I'm of your office, I'm a back room, and when I told them, and you know,
me that say, Wakasacha, me and fat nipa for Yemren Echo, Ekosiisen so Asempa FM. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Master Pacho, me in the coffee.
Coffee, Casa free.
Casa free Caswa.
Okay. Kofi mi enti we.
Me pacho mame mo abanya baso. Efise a free kaso e ko apam junction e kwan no abanya no eye.
Okay.
Na dia awe ho no se NDC for ye propaganda se Akufo-Addo abanya ontumi nya e kwan no. Na eye Ekosiisen for na eye international information minister. Nasre director of communication. say omuntu one among one and for so was a Ghana for whom Sakufuado about more than why a quine no free double in every castle copim you know so maka will be a jack to more quine of say and yet Nana don't Kufuado and then Ekowas Abai
okay
on mine in the air I say yen you no opening Amra dum so by no and I said, COVID the buyer, I'm a cotton if you know, what is in the break of fee. Maybe I said, Ghana water. Ghana water, you know, no more. I think you know, my staff in a bean coffee. No more, do water so more. No more goose would tell water better in Tia ever. I said, maybe because I know what can be before water better home. Catch your says, so call water home. Not in the phone number, I come out more. But so many answers. They are sending text message. They get now I'm on the bill. I buy the phone so, and this will mean my any few and one person of a kind of crash bill no abba in advance. If it's a me means you more than 2 years in me. Baby, I the bill empty bill. I send them on the phone so and sana kwabrani to moto at the abba. Until the throw, one can't say I buy my and say. Yeah, take us when you be no more.
Very well.
Ghana water. The one almost staff for the anticipate you be a diabetes you. 1 year should one much yeah, it's a top here CP. Baby, brace you be no. What turns your car? Kiano, I'm the money and 300. Opening, said you, sir, a pipe if you show ma. Now, soon be a week be out on show 300. And so, when you be my bread.
Yeah, that's it. Ma memfa final call na fe memfa community consent segment no AC. We end to me and you know so too bad. But more than a friend in so. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Me va to wine.
Obi your friend Asia come to see
Atima Kwitia very well.
Yeah.
My NTA.
Yeah, Obi ECG4 area DB Wakotia. In fact, they are a more rent.
Oh, my dang.
Almost the bill, but I'm almost maybe estimated bill.
Yes.
And he said, instead from the actual bill never ban. Now the estimated bill number. Every music, some million, boss, you know, and if anything, fridge back, me at the 2,000 every minute, but India. And he said, who will be a one amount officer. No matter say bill near area on the actual bill now. But so when you know so not to see the am budget. It means that on the actual bill ban. No more say if you send estimated bill. My bill one I mean just you don't know is depend. If this our area. Michael come up.
Asem eba estimated bill na hon komo na. About the mate I mean any Eastern region ECG office the ebedi home come why
obi na mamentia honorable and the incoming MP no yeah boy power if you are very reward come December 7
yes so that's Ekosiisen so ni high Asempa FM. One of the issues about up obi of fresh say or pay new meter na sika na omo bono no so we share last year 1st March and PRC announced new service connection charges. Say it was ECG implemented. It is also say PRC approved charges. No, so we pay straight service. From what I have here, no, one phase 1,224 Ghana cedis. 3 phase 2,304 Ghana cedis. Ain't Shannon. Say meter any one pole extension one phase 3,504 and 3 phase then say 5,304 2 pole extension one phase here 5,424 and a 3 phase 8,064 straight service with pole 2,544 that's for one phase and a 3 phase near 3,624 up a separate meter 840 for one phase and a 3 phase near 1,560. You know, ain't it? Other ones over here amount for pane de yabuboi. Ma yenkonko tie we emra ye ba mene phytotech mpanyifo ebedin komo yewia is investigative journalist Kwetenate Ababe Cancer ewo studio ha will delve a bit more into his latest documentary Make Waves Papa into Monshan so Emfa MIA. After this very, very short break, Yebedin Komo, stay with us.
The electrical appliances for just washing machines, engine woman, CCTV cameras, and need all clear. I bet you know that. Saba mobile phones, this iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see now. Franco, in Albania, the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung and Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and change na mahoden kwa. Hisha Franco kwabata biye benwo. Name head office, Ewada Braka, one in Roxy Cinema ne diye nimre. Friend 0246 422 338 in a 055 5939 311. Franco electrical appliances papa. If he
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Sami sorry no pa. Kale Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi me se. And me confidence the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifite guso na mesre a. Eya wanwa hu. Me de Kale Chaco toothpaste ene twitwi me se. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kale Chaco toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mowa e boy sen mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kale Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yet center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me shuna no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso etibinama na me si 32 ni na guso.
En kaneno ani ma menum di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kale Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nkabia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enunti mu amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kale Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
Enkratoi FDA ajiatum.
Now, dear, everybody is chasing world records. So, from Singathon to Cookathon. Me too. I am also setting my own record in Watchathon with my Go TV. 24 hours of non-stop quality entertainment, unlimited sports, plenty drama and exciting kids shows. And you too can watch some on Go TV in our sweet Achedie Kesie deal for Ghana month. From March 1 to 31st, get a decoder, Go Tenor and 1 month Super Plus subscription for only 199 cedis. 199 cedis you, mess like a cra. Grab yours today at any source point and spice up your entertainment. Go TV, love it.
In life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better. Your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model. Securing your safety. Creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage of the Ministry of Energy.
Power jet battery power jet battery. What? Mini battery issue to power jet battery ambassador. Me momuna profoka kwansoma me jump na makamfo power jet battery momo who say battery mu gwa power jet car battery. The Roxin Ventures na kofaba. Omo Shalom Sport runabout. War Community 18 Sprinters Road. Frelmo 0208090789 and 0242314774. Obenya bisu ashama. Kuwana so Ochinenti Enterprise. Afi battery shop be a wabusoka. Kumase Kwame Choba Enterprise. Pampaso and a battery shop be a waswame mazi. Amako Macro Junction. Every caswa kwa Winneba Junction. Swadro Magazine. Takwa de Jasepa Bia. Power jet battery day. Power jet car batteries. Oh, put that day. Say you better obia obekwa kochina ningo pam anemwa say you making sure say enye obia edu baby ayebeye debates e wo parliament na obechina ho ekabi man ningo pam na obedwane simply no so aye krado agopama no na da ho no akasabo no na si ho no abatoafi adru hobio sedia abatoafi bia ye yedema wo no wo election headquarters Adom FM eni Jason Sem yensesa sabo se no ema osa debi ye besi edwa ama ano babai akoso if you ma omu gira mrase bedwa akonya ade kopom mo mpese eto omu so aba won bedi mampani amanyo komo mpani fo ahodo bo hye de ye beti bi papa na me kacha no sika na omo wia no sebi sika na mafa ono ni cohort no ye beji sika no efo onsem ye de sese tabayisko boa I'm telling him
he tried to touch on the issue of integrity. Say MP wa integrity on see public facility no am say ni maame ana na ebusu ani din entoso se o pese ye to aba de mawa e die na waye e die na obusu a wo ye na wani so ade hu no ene sen ye to aba no e de mawa be kan ho Jason Sam e wa Adom 6.3 FM the big debate e be free abaton pesua so akọ abaton pesua so na ye ne amanyoku ahodro na wo ho ni nyina no anamusifu atena ase na ye ne wo modi nkomo afa enioma e be wo ne hawo ya wo pe anu yie sankita ho na e be koso no e be bo wo mo wo sigina ye e adwentoa e ya chinyeje e ya twima menchen e be ya hyehyehye e be senso ma wakwanya na wo so wo bisa wasema ehia wo
yo Mr. Host medawase me questions ni ye mienu pe ni edikan no akoma honorable MP me pese me bisa no a very simple question
would you hu dia betrem woni medma wa ya unja ne debate
Jason Sem the big debate and na no ye na wo pani nyina no ye de ma wo
sia me ni team ni nyina e wo constituency the big debate e ya twetan
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for Frabejasuo washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, any dog clear. I be you know that. Seba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see na Franco. And now bring ya the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and change in a mahoden cry. Franco, Kwabata be a benwo, name of head office, a wada braka, one in Roxy Cinema, the enemy, friend 0246 422 338, and a 055 5939 311. Franco, electrical appliances, papa, if he. Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. 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 Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie.
Ekosiisen high Asempa 94.7 FM. Yemamunyina akwa babio. Check with your time, 17 minutes after 3 on a Tuesday afternoon. My emphasis that's from Kuma wana wa boy. Me adi Ekosiisen jumedi ebremo. Ye wo flumal triple action DBS in chance papa nyina fie eneho. Aya herbal enso boy papa power jet batteries. Cocoa milk, EcoBank Ghana, a better way, a better Africa. Your Novus drinks, and as I hope fruit juice, papa, enya concentrate. Papa, juice and casa, Novus drinks. Your Provident Insurance. Remember, with Provident Man, you are covered. Syntax tank, a strong, a tough. Tabia Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. You may quite a boy, me a Ekosiisen. Epremo. So the the big story I follow up on a empty plate, a new investigative documentary Kwetenate the Abba. It speaks to the state of feeding in our various senior high schools across the country. Yebedi Unkomenu show you some exclusive videos of their course in the documentary and run officially. You show documentary now join news. Intiene ye the except kakra ebebremo mo amushe wo YouTube, mo amushe wo Facebook, ebiawa nyemre enra entimi anshe documentary nibi, and you get to see a bit of that. Now the man behind the documentary nankasa yani ononso etumi edi nkomo bansa na mene doc enkasa from Phytotech na ene omudi no waso mienu fufuro kra enkeja edi aba so doc akwa ba etesen
eyo nyame adom
bibi ekoyi
o bibi ayekoyi se ye de ye dropa nti bibi a me fa dropa dia de bia wonde wo ho me nti bibi aye kama
nti what's new we know fufuro na aba na ye de hin
okay. The first one na midi prostate ho dance ba and then me ba be di edru bi a friend no Nitro MX ho dance
Nitro MX
Nitro and
Nitro okay NITRO
okay and then MX
very well and on the den
okay into ya indicate say improve blood circulation into your ba can blood circulation ho asem
very well and why should blood circulation be necessary to Obia OTO?
All right, okay. Into me the HIA free Phytotech Limited. Ma obi bia OTO. You can blood circulation. I will say. Sorry. Nipeduano we here moja na akọ all the parts of the body before body part ni na ayejuma.
Sure.
Into we here say moja into me enko wo extremities to say hands fingers to say wo na see and those things answer na wo betumi amove one kasa no wo hia moja ebekọ wa adwem na won tumi edwin because moja no anko wa adwem mu a your memory is not so good, cognitive function is not so good in terms of memory, no, it's not good. We hia moja says say enko your penis because without moja enko penis out you can't get erection
okay
iti we here moja and na body part ni nyina ayejuma and nothing na blood circulation who here pa into blood circulation no and say enya basa say it's supposed to be on point because if it is not on point you have so many diseases that may result into this
Baba a then the best stop blood circulation from flowing normally.
All right, okay. Into Nyama bebre to me stop it. Into your condition be a friend endothelial dysfunction. Because endothelial dysfunction, I will say your blood vessel na nkasa baby your blood no circulated through no your blood vessel na nkasa inside blood vessel no ye di bibi adrasa blood vessels no mo enu your friend no endothelium. Inti sa endothelium no say de bia entumi MBA kama inti na boja no etumi flow ye inti sa endothelium no produce ana echim bibia your friend no nitric oxide.
Okay,
sa nitric oxide no na emma na moja ana blood vessels no etumi ebie kama then moja no etumi edie fusane kama but sa de no entumi enye juma papa. Other diseases to meba into most of them are coming from cardiovascular diseases. Into cardiovascular diseases HSL ebia wo arteries enye juma papa ana ebia obesity enye juma ana ebia ye ban hypertension high blood pressure Sani amani nyina no emma moja no entumi edi efu sande kama. Entumi edi efu sande kama niama etumi sisi nie. You have tingling sensation in your palms or under your feet. Into one say wo nante I say bibi wo wanase. That should tell you say bia wo blood flow no enye papa.
Problem about.
Yes, problem about. Number 2, one cause in terms of memory, want to me in dream year and I want to mean kai near me year. And there's probability say blood no and to me and flow papa.
Flow ye.
Want to me in one day dancing akwa say fashion or BHS spectacle.
Sure.
Into your blood into me and flow to your eye vessels no year. Capillaries na ewo ho na. Want to me in one day. Say say bia wo blood vessels no and moja no and to me in die fruit sane kama. We be makra na wo be ma no and to me empeja ya na your friend no erectile dysfunction no. Wo be ma into me empeja ya. Something should tell you that there's a problem with your cardiovascular system and our blood no end to me flow ye. Who your background na want to me who atinka unti atinka year. It should tell you say blood circulation no and flow ye. Now we ye obia I say crow kakra be down ho to me che ansa na crow no krapo aqua and now was skin problem. Say ensure say blood circulation no it's not so good. It is if you are having poor or bad blood circulation, it's a very serious disease. Yeah, but in Crawford,
in the meto Nitro MX now, how would it help me? All
right, into what Nitro MX nearby any Nitro MX a shedder etching and a shedder plants.
Okay,
4 plants. Etumi ebuani pediano, wufa Nitro MX and no be buani pediano, wu blood vessels now me see. Bibi woman I get lining woman no I friend no endothelium no and no be boa endothelium no na endothelium no up producer na achim bibi I friend no nitric oxide.
Okay,
nitric oxide no nia na say ebie moja no ana ebie moja intini no inti ebie moja no intini na blood no betumi aflow kama inti air flow kama. Your memory in terms of cognitive function is very good. When you walk you don't feel easily tired. You don't have this kind of things. You wouldn't have build up of pressure in your blood vessels. Your cardiovascular system be a very good amount. Erectile functioning crap be on point. If you are having low libido, bibia be kama amount. Eyesight will be very good. Your skin and then it can even boost your immune system as well. Ufa Nitro MX. Draw yemfashri and count ya sheda actually. Plants no ehumu ahwode no na ye sa Nitro MX.
Syrup and I say
capsules just like the way prostacyclin capsules into woko pharmacy BM1 ubenye bi
open Nitro
MX open Nitro MX ubenya edru
oto normally saying
into debia just one capsule
a day
just one capsule just to keep your system going. And nothing I actually say it improve blood circulation. Into wofa de biano and improve blood circulation. Ube to me, our blood don't bet to me circulate kama. Wo sorry, I won't say ahwondin wo ho. Students bet to me atobi. Wo papa wo ho to be mano. Wo mam wo ho to be mano. One case bet to me atobi ama wukunu ana wo yire. And will be bia eben will be because these things are leading to a lot of cardiovascular diseases.
True.
And nothing a Nitro MX. Yeah, the best amount.
Inti for omo etie wo mo interested ehimfa no mbenya biato.
All right, okay. Inti we are interested that first one on person me fa na ma no into
okay
first.
Okay.
Inti we are interested that ana ebia wo problem in terms of your cardiovascular system. Sure. Ana ebia wo blood no to me flow here na wo pe akwanchira. Wo betumi afrɛ was 024 649 0116 024 649 0116. Who are cry now? We pay a drone be at all. Betumi akɔ Ubaha multimedia ankasa. Your health embassy waha.
Yes.
You just have to walk inside and ube to me anya Nitro MS at all. Aside that, no we call East Cantonment Pharmacy bia ewo Accra. Ubenya Nitro MX biato woho. We call Unicom Chemist bia ewo Accra ubenye bi nso ato woho. We call Nana Buachi kra ubetumi anya bi ato woho. We call Topper Pharmacy ewo in Crime patemu ana spinters osu any tema ni na obenya bi nso ato ukọ dankwa roundabout Palace Pharmacy and also benya Nitro MX no bi so ato wo ho for Accra. These are the places, but we have so many other places and nothing na me pese na kan 024 649 0116 na yetumi ache baby a benwa ubetumi anya edro no na wo Kumasi nso a wukọ Saks Pharmacy, wukọ Freddie Men's, Danny Herba, NNA Pharmacy akese na ewo Kumasi ni nyinaa no ubetumi anya edro no bi ato.
I think what we have to do is say number no tobo na bobo number ni.
Mbacho yo. Okay. Enti me to me bo. E kon say 024 649 0116 024 649 0116 and na mano.
It will be friend number now at least or maybe at mobile direct and that's for Nitro MX. In the war issue with blood circulation, you know the drug to buy or no more when I you instant then capsules that she must saying
you will be a Eshemu 30 and I will be a Eshemu 10.
Okay.
Depending
on the usika beso. Na wato. Na obi to de ehemu 10 na still ebe juma.
Yes, ebe juma ama. Ebi no mo musika no endorse nti on pen 10 days. But still ebe juma ama. But yeah advice no say woto ayekwa sample na wato other one no at least so that you can get a 1 month dosage pack obetumi afa.
Oh, okay. And any known side effects?
No, we don't have any known side effects so far. Your doctors are prescribing Nitro MX no so. Any side effects so far.
Obi on medication be so that I obetimi anom.
Ohun so obetumi anom. Eno an say wo frɛ ye ni be bon komo na ya che o se na obetumi anom. Bia wo no medication bi ye betumi aka che o se o nom after 1 hour and 2 hours no obetumi the Nitro MX no so aka amount. Bia wo particular problem bia wo frɛ then we'll be able to talk to you concerning your condition, how best you can take the Nitro MX as well.
Fantastic, doc. Yeah, that's papa. Maybe answer now bekono. See number so for the last time.
Me pacho yo. Okay, into number no 024 649 0116 024 649 0116.
Very well, doc. Yeah, that's it. I mean, sure. Why? Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Into doc. Sorry, na fe kwete nate atnase kwete into take the middle seat. MIA na fe yenin komo. But unim say before we got into the studio, 2 statements enana aba out. Efi. I think all the two actually from the presidency. Now, one a letter directed to the clerk of parliament, and about also a communication appointing new board and MD for the Tema Oil Refinery. And maybe we start with the Tema Oil Refinery. It will say reconstitution of the board of the Tema Oil Refinery Company Limited. Or say in view of the reconstitution of the board of Tema Oil Refinery Company Limited, hereinafter known as the company, the president has nominated the following persons: 1, Mr. Leon Kendon Appington; 2, Mr. Kofi Mokumbi Tego; 3, Dr. Antoinette Tibudako; 4, Mrs. Edith Sapara Grant; 5, Nana Equia Bakoma Prempe; 6, Mrs. Lorraine Crab Abebio; 7, Mr. Joseph Mensah Brown; 8, Mr. Alfred George Thompson. Alfred George Thompson is one of the regular panelists in show so former deputy MD NIB, and that's for, is it NIB or ADB? Domi Alfred Thompson ADB. NIB, okay, in the former deputy MD or NIB, that's Alfred George Thompson. Mr. Paul Kwekuche Ofori; 10, Mr. Kwame Bafo. Kwame Bafo is popularly known as Abronye, and 11, Mr. Herbert Ato Morrison. The statement further says the president has also nominated Mr. Leon Kendon Appington as the chairman of the board and Mr. Kofi Mokumbi Tego as the MD of the company. And that's really what the relevant part of the statement, you know, Ekanana Asante Bedietuo, even the Dino on this statement, Nana Bedietuo Asante, or a secretary to the president, Nensa, and a statement ye. Ase. And the interesting name appear where the name of Kwame Bafo Abronye. For more money, and there's something you know the production sent to me. Osei Abronye a energy expert and a consultant to GPH Oil in Amsterdam. Now he holds an MBA in petroleum economics and finance from Coventry University in the UK, MSc Energy Economics from GIMPA here in Ghana, or LLB Honors from CAF University here in Accra, and our LLM, that's Master of Laws, in ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution, from the University of Ghana Law Faculty. Osei our Chartered Energy Economics from Global Academy of Finance and Management in the US of A. And currently he is pursuing an advanced LLM, that's Master of Laws in Energy Law, our North Sea Partnership in the Netherlands, University of Groningen. And that's for Kwame Bafo Abronye. I mean, quite an interesting CV, really. Intuition the CV, ne educational way, he seems to have what it takes to serve on the board, at least from what I'm told. And the Kwame Bafo Abronye, congratulations to you. We hope say Odu Nim the Tema Oil Refinery na bibi etimi akoy. But the second statement and so from the presidency ignite a whole debate in Parliament. Omampenyin Executive Secretary letter or the kokoma the clerk of Parliament. Na letter neka se transmission of the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024. It has come to the attention of this office that while the president and other senior officials of the presidency were at Peduase for a cabinet retreat on Thursday, 14th March 2024, you attempted to submit the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024 into bracket the bill to Jubilee House for the president to signify his assent or otherwise to the bill. This office is aware of two pending applications for an order of interlocutory injunction, both filed on the 7th of March 2024 in the Supreme Court in Dr. Amanda Odoi versus the Speaker of Parliament and the Attorney General, and Richard Sky versus the Parliament of Ghana and the Attorney General, respectively, to restrain you and Parliament from transmitting the bill to the President and also to restrain the President from signifying his assent to the bill, pending the final determination of the matter. The Attorney General has, by letter dated 18th March 2024, informed the President that he's been duly served with both applications and has advised the President not to take any step in relation to the bill until the matters raised by the suit are determined by the Supreme Court. It is the understanding of this office that both applications have also been duly served on Parliament. Therefore, it would be improper for you to transmit the bill to the President and equally improper for the office for this office to receive the bill until the Supreme Court determines the matters raised in the suit. Indeed, it is settled law that during the pendency of an interlocutory injunction application, the status quo ante ought to be preserved, and no action should be taken that would result in prejudicing the injunctive relief sought and undermining the authority of the court. In the circumstances, you are kindly requested to cease and desist from transmitting the bill to the President until the matters before the Supreme Court are resolved. Best wishes. Signed, Nana Bedietuo Asante, Secretary to the President, and it's addressed to the Clerk of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament, or Parliament House, copied to the Vice President, the Chief of Staff, the Attorney General, and the Majority Leader. In a way, statement I will come, and me say a huge debate in Parliament. Some members of Parliament feel say the presidency, and as the Secretary to the President, is not clothed with the authority to write such a letter to Parliament, because Parliament in the performance of our duties cannot be stopped by either the executive or even the judiciary. And they will go to parliament and pick thoughts from parliament. We are sponsors of the bill, EBD and Komo. If possible, and so we'll be speaking to the Attorney General of the Republic, because on a statement we can say, what letter I'm a president, say president, you serve me, suit me, may a party too. And as your principal legal advisor, and what can't your president say, and my president then fa, says a man in two and a mobia ewa bail way, and when we'll be speaking to the Attorney General as well. But first, let's deal with this very, very, very important issue. Because if I'm in a woman, the various senior high schools, Kwetenate, Charlie, we are brutal. Now, it is saying,
yes, you are the more now, sir.
Bibia Kwe,
Bibia de D.
Edanyamiase. And the Kwetenate Ace investigative journalist will join news. Kwetenti, for this latest documentary, what informed it? Then why did you choose to do the story?
Obi, for some time, there was a lot of complaints. Parents complaining.
Yes.
Omumbano eduane a yedi video mo schools no endorso inde mo complaining nkola na yemi omoya nkola no garin kwana ye momo and unim says I issue when so aba up before.
Sure.
So we're wondering why it hadn't been resolved. Inti ye decided say ye be kofom ni akwa hwe de ekoso pote pa ewo schools no. Inti ye de to you say ye be at least 10 regions.
10 regions out of the 16 regions.
Out of the 16 regions. So that a bigger picture of
what is actually happening. And from what I'm sharing on Facebook and YouTube, we will say where except from the documentary and you get to see at first hand the job quite not in the team, and where documentary I can have some empty plate and except who said in the 10 regions no mutimi FST schools bear saying
schools need bebre because Accra has say we did 3 schools.
Okay.
Called Northern Region. Triponi area so schools in Nibi wo.
Okay.
Nearby we say OT
region.
So bi wo. Near call Central. Bi wo Central. Na call Western region. Western so bi wo. So we visited a number of schools in order to get what the true picture was on the ground.
Inti, what did you establish from Ejuma Amoye and then
Inti, me find it from the perspective of the various stakeholders in this chain.
Okay.
From students in angle, in Kolane Catcher say, Eduanium de mom, Eduani Nisha. Quantity nisha. Into first, the main issue is quantity.
Okay.
Into young say Garini at the more ebia nipa be 8 and 15 nature say needy. In one of the schools I acquired, the dining professor had to tell, and these were first year students.
Wow.
Yes, December into we embedded ourselves with the first year students Omuko school for the first time, leaving their parents to and another way say atmosphere into we embedded ourselves and around that time no more checks. Internet it is easy to embed yourself and this was their first time and you have a dining hall prefect telling this first year students say eduane endorso and headmaster no change eduane into no gari ene ngo kokko ya ewo ho no eno na ye di tem we akwa say eduane beba. In some schools and so no tuoza fi so hu say tuoza fi so hwe wenimu a aso hu wenim wom nambisa nkola say eduane be ni first I was shocked dimpo I was unsure eduane ko ntimi bi say eduane be no si tuoza and say akra nya Northern Region kra tuoza fi yefe no say no mudi so that's why I visited there 3 days. And I make also the same time. Obeko obia sa tuoza fina ne nkwan enam bia enim eno ana enkola ni krekra a omokwa akodi. Them say
wow.
Then even Accra has say Achimota eduani bia ye try say fried rice Obi.
Fried rice and I am a school kolano.
Obi. I just said to Jimmy, why to be pa? I will show you. Was hey, we have fried rice.
And it is said, okay, me bow. What I want to do, any, my member except we na a man for 8 no, inti umutie we are. Then I come back now. You interrogate more videos now. Ready, fantastic. Inti etie for mutie bia wona nra wa anyem rent me and share documentary ni bi. But at least have a feel of it. Now you bar the man behind this documentary ni no edin komo kwete nate is here. Yentie we emra.
We have the indefatigable MP here, Honorable Boniface Abubakar, who also...
Today, we take an important step on that journey. From today onwards, no child will ever be denied senior high school education simply because his or her family is unable to afford it.
Free senior high school policy, ayen shishe bia, akufuado amemono, ayen shishe ba kwa winyane pa, eboa, amantu waso suku akoso, emfaso pe waso enise, esukufuwa waso entu waso suku kwa sika enni wawofo ensemuno, obetimi ama wakwenya na, odebekwa kusuya die ewusuku.
To ensure that no child is denied access to secondary education, we are removing one of the biggest obstacles that currently stand in their way: cost. The cost of providing free secondary school education will be cheaper than the cost of the alternative of an uneducated and unskilled workforce that has the capacity to retard our development.
Nanso, say dwumadi en hyehyeye e wa kwansidie bebree. Na omanfo adwunim aye wo montanta. Say free senior high school yi, yemfa mma wo no mu a, awofo enni bi kra. Na wonfa nkosku. Ana say saa hyehyeye yi e wo senka sisuku adan ne bebree. Sebeya ento aso suku ko ebeye nika. Saa twema mentwi emu ye den wa bra. Ghana photo sam for Ken oforiata afempenu dun sumu odeba betu dwase awofo a wonsam mu bi betimi de womma akosuku mu no anka wonyi wo mu free senior high school yi emu uyi akwansidie we tu nchen a enye sesa nhyehyeye yi ba kwa na emum aboa ni pebinu nso si we ye no kredi a ene mampanyina bedieche Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia aka sansem yi fa ho.
So far, so good. The free SHS has seen the enrollment of hundreds of thousands of people, boys and girls, who would otherwise not have been able to attain senior high school education.
Dear work and dear, can no crow can be so. The son say, Sanchez ye, Naneku Fuado buying Echiremua, and few what she abesniqui. And to also suku fuature was seen social womo and a trapa. And no crown nanchain, Mampenny Trimu Punti, I would free senior high school by no, what Timmy drew home. I say, yes, show me, Monsieur Swa Hremua, a fimpinu dun sumu, adequacy a fimpinu dun what chimu. I deceive for best say, and pim a hanai, and your dear song, 470,000. Let me a contour susuku, nam free senior high school in tea.
Asempa FM.
And in 2019, I wrote my BEC and I passed. I was admitted in Maoli School, which was last year. I want to thank the government. I know it's not only me that is going through this, and because of the free SHS, I've come back to school.
Pae Libra. Me Aparano 3. Bakuko school Makuset. Bakuko school Akru. Bakuko Ajina. Sesiano, sa almost in me school visa. Minya. One say, Nipa Baku ye, 1,000 Ghana, formally. She said, almost meet you as Ascano, meet me at Acha. When I knew you have a cafe. Lebra, yes, you got no dosu, education,
There's what dear Bakupa, have free senior high school, you dear. Come here, say, Obi and Kawasam. Say, Woko schools are who do more. aduane ho akwatwe baabi bi wo honom so a aduane ne nya papa bi die free senior high school secretariat Bonsu a K2 bi ye yade a ede di pefe ekoso e wo schools ahodo mu so obi anka ho asem.
They'll give you bread, don't give you margarine and sugar to do the bread. Sometimes they'll give you margarine and sugar. Don't give you the flour. Sometimes they'll give you garri, don't give you beans. They'll give you beans, they don't give you the garri. So you want to wonder, how are you going to combine? They'll give you tin tomatoes, they will not give you. You'll get mackerel, you will not get tin tomatoes. You'll get sardine, you won't get mackerel.
Asempa FM
94.7 Asempa FM. So that's some excerpt of the documentary Kwetenate. The last voice I would hear a headmaster be voiced, but for obvious reasons the voice was morphed. So there were untimi nipa, but at least ocean concern na in supplies I banebia gari beba sugar emma milo beba milk emma more beba tomatoes emma. Those are some of the complaints. But the pictures or the videos we are seeing here, because I saw Gary the other name Kokono. Are these real videos?
They are.
Wow.
And no you try school bia mu a ye be new opportunity e betimi access no you try. And in some cases one of the schools are ye call ye Western region.
Yes.
Cocoa ye the man kola no milk and count sugar and count brodo count inti omo a ebia omo chalk box mu ye kakra no no mo ade omo esichire any bread every chalk box no ma ba betena ho na omo de aka cocoa na ye de amo omo ne ho.
We say that's a school be warehouse, right?
Warehouse.
And nuane aka wo ho ano no.
Kitwe bi and headmasters ni be catch us say we sa seni ebe ya ye be man kwala na aduane no ebe dem pa because sometimes ebia ye bro mu ebro nko a. What
is this girl eating? Number could be nom tea and answer then. And I Tom Brown and a cocoa. Eh me say Tom Brown says we go ya Tom Brown anyway.
Cocoa bi
cocoa na ni asa no.
Cocoa na omo nom no.
Wow.
And headmaster bako catch him say ebra ye de free SHS secretary de bro na emboa nko na wom na obi tro mo say omo mpenim tree leaves na omo fa mbro ebro no na emboa ni mfiri nti emboa ni firi mo a no mo ayam no mo de aye aduane ama nkola no.
Charlie this time we money na we don't money don so papa ni papa ko be na wo betimadi. Wow. Ona say for school we a presec as we that's what we do and
ye promo no Ministry of Education also call out to some of the selected schools. It is our schools no who eduane no
and no eduane ya bembem sa no. And when Gary go kokko no
e pa cho ayo bi
in the Anambia nka ho
da bi Anambia nka ho.
Wow. But when you speak to the headmaster, sir, are they saying say this is a direct consequence of free SHS?
Say only omukasa omo challenge ne say sika ne bantem.
Okay.
So let's say sika omo de beto to ebia we say yemvan say perishables no embantem eduane ne nso edile inti te say headmaster ba kone ka no say beans nkwa na ewo ho a beans na obenua ama nkola no say ska kakra na ewo nsem no say no nkwa na ewo ho a de oben ni say oko market a obe free akwa si say ska be ba na wetu bi na kan nso bi gina ho inti saa na situation no.
It meaning say with free SHS brought the fact say buying a centralized procurement of foodstuffs no na omoma supply the ama schools no they gave headmasters no sika to buy perishables no. And the challenge this is here and say perishables this sika no enye regular ema papa.
Enye regular.
And other nnuane brony the other supplies and so no so nhyɛ da ama papa.
And no so mba papa.
And what it means this is a madia omo they cannot do anything.
Exactly. Inti uni omo kasa saa no mo ka kyerɛ. Inti no obi be ka kyerɛ sɛ yɛmfa nsɛ ɛmo nkwana ɛwɔ hɔ sisi a ɛmo nkwana yɛ de ama. Ebia 18 food items na ɛwɔ hɔ anka ebia anka wɔ sɛ yɛma oni nyina no. Ebia ɛmo nkwana aba. Inti se mo nkwa na wo a wonsu ni ska would be supplement inti den na obe ebia beans nkwa na wo den na obe beans na obenwa akwa obenwa akoso saa akwa akosi se eduane di ebi ebeba na headmasters ni bi nso ka kire me se yemfa se eduane nso ba ebia ombe ko no 2 bags pe na ye de mom inti om di school bus no every omu school ho at the core we say baby omukoko feed and no and some de akwa for be a 1 bag and 2 bag and sometimes some of them will tell you say it doesn't conform with logic so ube treat school bus because sometimes scrap petrol ube say the akwa fa say and now ube ban nkola so doso into headmasters ni be crack at them say sometimes they are happy say enye nkola ni nyina na be dining because omu nyina ba eduan na ye de amom no enso.
Was there any success story in any schools now obviously you know school be or no call you was a duani go warehouse kama and clan did kama unya ba kompo
say obehwe obetie documentary na which means say the documentary is not against the free SHS
sure
and akakra impo our boy no you heard the lady talking about the fact that if it wasn't for free SHS Anka
be man go school.
Yeah, and then there's even this man Oka say, oh, nejuma labor.
Sure.
Enye labor juma na anka enya adia nemba betimi akɔ school. So our work isn't against the policy. What we are doing is that we are only mirroring challenges our parents
any students
any students and any headmasters saying say no, there is a challenge. What can be done to solve it? As at the time I call grounds many of the headmasters will tell you that they were faced with precarious situation and that precarious situation was what they were trying to deal with.
Now, did you get an example of school be a parent started contributing to feed Omoma?
Yeah, so I had one parent who says school na ne ban one I contact you until they had a discussion say ombe 500 cedis twice in a term in order to help supplement the food that we say school no at the man kwala and there were even parents say sometimes weekends they have to smuggle food to their children say be a banku omutu ana we no more ye wan no de amom ba no ebia war nche ne banim so obeba nti oba na ode ama no there were parents who told us say teachers were campus almost send this card the mom omu ye aduane de ma omomba no. So there are obvious challenges and you know many a time people complain but the rhetoric is where is the evidence? Who complain here? This issue has come up several times. And the narrative from the authorities has always been that where is evidence? So the only thing that we did was that there's something that has been on the ground for a long time. What we only did was that we capitalized on our skills to mirror what was happening on the ground, so that we can find remedial action to deal with the challenge.
In the sense the documentary was aired, what has been the reaction from the ministry in particular?
The ministry almost go around the whole country according to their statement. I think the joint news team was with them. I think 3 schools. 3 schools joint news team so they've been to various schools across the country. Their communication says there is food all around. I've spoken to some of the headmasters. they tell me say Nancy Dianeba. Almost say Omowa no munya let's say oh see Dianiabo. Nancy that's it. So you hear make a crowd we are here.
It is a change.
We bar.
Good news.
That's what journalism actually stands for. We are not against anyone. In say Diane kwa da Yesu as baka perishables no. See into your mokani.
The sikane also echo no more dey at all.
Into say omu di aduane ko mo fa perishables count. Na headmasters no omu nto mo kakra.
Yeah. My main share and what I'll do is say maybe a phone lines. I think we should open phone lines no. Amount for concerns bar then we speak to the ministry na to me enya ni nyina once nti obefren 0302216545 0302216546 and 0548955947 in this way a parent na wutie me and we want to speak to parents mama ewo schools complaints be na munya from mama. What do you think as parents we should do and as a government should do really in dealing with this particular issue? Inti yari parents nenkasa yeria then we speak to the Ministry of Education afi yaje omonso the omowo ekafa sansem we nyina good afternoon. Too bad when to me nyina so mo na onso frey. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, me patcho hwan ni?
But I'm the Ofori.
Ofori u kasa free hin?
Kasa free Kaswa.
Kaswa.
Yeah.
Na oba wo school ben?
St. John's.
St. John's there hin?
St. John's Gama.
Okay. Oba no wo ESN?
Year 2.
Or your border no a day student?
But for a border.
Okay. Maminti we.
Yeah. The patrol. The honor said there are more issues, you know. It be no correct. But sometimes it be so far and you're not correct. There's a young body, but teacher be over. Or not me a fret a colonic catcher and say, Ne mass name yet, inti a colonic country, name or none of them chair a colano. Inti 500 cities a month, no. To meet here there. Free education, but on only issue or the one say time the sound so much some father and I don't know, young father, but or yes, special classes man colano, which you have 500 cities. In no winning ya bang, we know and ya bang. Meaning some more was said there,
yeah, but I say
an education.
Okay, a honor meaning say St. John's will be our banner one a Diana Semne, there are no money problem there, right?
Diana, there may not on cars and shaming.
Okay.
But Miss Remo Patrol, a minute. Hello.
Meet you.
A minute. Miss Remo. Side Indian same way. Sometimes it be so bad. I mean, I said, metro nip into a call issue. Now we never could cry to see the Diana no movie.
Some metros maybe Diana no.
And yet, yet, for maybe what you man be a yet, no ma, on a book and upon command 5,000 cities. So I had say a banny de Dianeba, na metron. School headmaster, no, we are the school cars near Faton, and Mamma Chi do or go so, or sound the marshal would be no moton. It is a young mind now, yes, and I'm moving a bit generally to say, a buying mass free education a year, name with Gianina. Yes, sir, or your mind in Naya Chichery. Because I'm in a documentary, Nanke be a PM who say, I had an Ediana Yatis or movie, and I say, be back my do that story is Captain Smart, with two chairman or JB.
Mate, medase. Yemfa nipa fofre ko si saying so ni Asempa FM frame na yentie won. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me patcho hwan ni?
E patcho fa me Bismarck Obemboaten.
Bismarck o kasa free hin.
Me patcho me kasa free Laboni.
Na oba wo senior high school there.
Patcho ani.
O school ben.
You will be surprised me Laboni. My office for Laboni, Nenga Sami was chairman. Me ba ebo Laboni secondary school.
Or your border now a day student.
Mpacho or your border.
Okay, what complaining about it? Do you understand?
Any easy. Obi, school feeding program no. Ayen she pa
ababia bana obeshemu kena nke ebebua yem parents papa but sebi previous wo hwe nnyane ankola ne du school ene ya awofo no complaints a wo de ma ye no ho sebi asebia ye de ye man akọ prison eduane prison di kwa no sometimes no ye papa sne eduane a ye ma edu school
laboni
one month one koye Minister of Education Balaboni and Nkola Nedi Muni Nyama. I mean, it was okay. Me say me ban. Now what did he say now? See, now see, daddy, guys, we head Mistress Nangasa Modembo. Telling you on authority. Or see, head Mistress Nangasa Modembo. No, me pacho, Poppy, Nansaya, Ministry of Education, echo round schools, no. Our money in some trophy, when Laboni senior high, Eka. And now I'm telling you, no more Diane, come on, and I would Obi, Opa, so Opa, I believe the documentary of Quick or whatever it is. Manning undercover investigations. Most of the lecturers, the teachers, will be able to reveal what I'm telling you today. I am telling you. School feeding by free SHS. Am I a one toy kakra? But senior, what more they again kono? Papa, Master, one year. Not that you
Pacho, as a parent, what do you think should be done? Edena, abayinye.
When we they should review it. Yemi Sebi, you was car, you bet to me, Etriano. They should allow us to pay.
Very well. Mateme and Fanny Pafo Fronso. Ekosiisen in the higher Asempa FM. Good afternoon. Me Pacho Wine. Richard Mienti.
Me mama ensa na never SS. You know a grand sabah. Okay. And about so across. Na again same dey obi. Enya sam ketwa. Nkwala no omo me no ewo fana ye. Se bi wo kra omo ni di no mo dey akwakwada. Omo koda na emu nya dia ni. Omo koda na agane kra omo nya di ni. Na me ya wufwe ye breka fa so mo akwan na so mo be fia enuane e de mo kono so bi se de mo kono nya sam ketwa
inti o so mo kodan no mo anya aduane a omo ba room dey at least omo provisions kakra o de mo ko ye on
yes but I said that dey ukwa ye nyina school ni akọ kakra ukwa kakra dey so wuti ni bidina o ba kodan na onya aduane ni kura sa dey Obi ayade asefem. Eja nkola mi amiensa o, me ma miensa. Mienu na o fana na ba ko so year 2. Na kese nipa miensa no. Na wo mu na complain awo for na be education dey ye. But omo hwe na dia na sem no omo pa na modern pa zakra metinya kanu.
Me da se pa me yemfa nipa for Ekosiisen in higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Too bad. We into me enyina so. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Me pacho hwan
pacho me di nana
wo kasa free hin.
Pacho me kasa free Bimbla, Northern region.
Northern region. Na oba wo senior high school.
I know watch motor. Last year omo ne wie no.
Omo wa wie.
Last year no. Omo so ne ba nanse ya no.
Na o complaining aduane sem.
Not so much, but me worry is Obi Ghanaians. I don't know. Say Nana Kufuor do aye born so dey say free senior high school by you. Say papa no you. But for me there, the visit papa say that me ba Tamale no school BCE. It can be very difficult for my daughter from Tamale to Achimota. I don't know if you are getting the point.
Yes.
By the grace of God, Nana Kufuor do Adaroma, onya Achimota you call. You a parent, no me say it is your responsibility. Say be also be pay kakra dia ma oba no say 100 cities be me every week and 50 cities be me every week to supplement agwadwe ni demu. So I don't really see why people are blaming the government. And in the north here before free senior high, Obi,
in the north here, they used to vacate 2-3 weeks before the actual calendar, as compared to the south. Because now almost the government subsidies for feeding, EMBA, and headmasters were compelled to vacate schools 2-3 weeks ahead of vacation timetable and a schedule. Now with this free senior high school, this problem in the north is now a thing of the past. They all vacate the same day. They all reopen the same day, and they are achieving the results. Where I am in Bimbala here, if I've been here for the past 10 years, there is no good food they've been eating. I don't know be any. And who parents, who say we are in here, at least also I support your word and your child in a way. Then say put the blame on the government and some of these staffs like the headmasters, the bezzers, and the how do you call them, matrons. Like my earlier colleague said, only bring their own market cotton. And when government was even giving them the money, those are their own agenda of us to appropriate the money. And it's a holistic idea. We have to look at it now. You national security to take up some of these matters. No, monitor how some of these schools manage even the food.
Very well. My Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. We are having a conversation around the empty plate, a new documentary. Joy News investigative journalist Kwetenate the Abba, and we are picking reactions from parents awoma at the various senior high schools. Good evening.
Good evening.
Me patron Wayne.
My friend Imam, this is your family.
Ima o voice wo fem me patron me entail ma won do ni entail ai.
Bojo bampeda me kind there. Aya SS no do SS3 ehun. What is one quarter no? It didn't go. No, I said was throw.
Nyabuter. Umba wo SSR.
Me ba wa ko we ba ko see reporting.
Ba ko we Archbishop Porter girls ah. Essay Abba school ah.
Apam secondary school.
Apam secondary school no we ya.
Banka sa ba no yebi. Oyebi. Oba ko da on ko da na offer. O de fact is omo do SS3 pe. Omo balance. This come no na omo ha parent there. Omo yeska, omo yesi no omo de aka to do school. Ebim sa na omo sete.
Na wona won so ko dan na idibani sane.
Kocho Maraka neun. Say if mpan hard ma from Kaswa the cat Kekus school be on ma we ban e fa ba e inside na. In a shortage in the bank. Yes, we are good on my upper school. One more number baby, won't be number baby. Baby, what the more? It is school back could be away the mother now. On order. On there. Man, or say, she's your band and advance them, I cannot go with you. If you was cap as a strano or quantum, I don't know. In your abway. You could just need to woman is quadabra. Babylon is better 10 o'clock and about 10 a.m. when you bet you go to the book at that. Baba no pra you could just komedo na ko na komedo kaka na fi no complain o so wala for those in that
Yensu Yedase Ekosiisen On Asempa FM, and we are sampling views from parents across the country. Good afternoon.
Eda
Aha
unya be ma abanya mi kasa fra shama zenu
aban oba was secondary school
papa mi first born
or school bay
St. Peter's
I want him.
Friends, go up in Coco.
What was school? How was Canada?
And the others call for from to see me can say you are form 2. Other coming now, me didn't call my copy in once, but I am Mamina or Ben Hunt. I am most at times on now your question.
Ain't he or the complaint to be a befieda?
Eda. Yeah, of course, we are secondary school. No, the Mumayan farm man or someone to you. No Mumayan can current by no to 2 year my year. Obi, could you imagine, sir, every week be a Miss $200 Ghana? Every week be a. Oh,
Nasa Oba, or send it 200 Ghana man every week, and I day.
Baby, Eda, can you be a me what I call school? I will tell you. I go to ya admission. Or your my books near there because you try 2012 2005 kura young complain you turn the dia call your school suna na manager yen tennis ka bi anko and now musu free teacher ta ba no
every week either me catch those sika nipa awufo yesterday wo free SHS we mu either ye mama ye from amonyo semuntu nchen me ba ni ba ko school for either me ton me container SHS ka me stay either ya me wo number ka me the prospectus is new because nipa say answer ye ba free SHS mu aya na ebi mu be ebe free SHS aya na ye nu bi yakuma ye ya o.
Okay, my men last say chair assignment Zenu phone na Ekosiisen na high Asempa FM. My emfa 2 more calls na yenhwem fancy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Me bacho hwani.
Bacho from Amankwa.
Amankwa wo kasa free hin.
Me kasa fi Accra ya.
Amankwa oba wo secondary school.
Me mammi no ba ko Prempeh College Kumasi. Na ba ko Accra.
Oh. Okay.
Now, the open pen or form 3.
Oh, no, form 3.
Now, me no, media make a say.
Okay.
Unche school fees, na say oba ekwa. At least also pay provision kakra mano. School fees na nkare buka kotua no. Pay provisions mano. The Kumase no, they am free Kumase. Me make sure say every week and every month they am support kakra. And na the work hakra na the akra ha no kra dey. Say you to make banku na dey akoma. So I say, men can say the cost on the me more example, Mr. Tonemo Kumasi Tanasu market. When I asked on secondary school, Uber JD say security for the Nema brand, Macro, and Nema brand, Maneton, so cheap.
Asempa FM.
And now, Utiaka. Until about 2 months' time, and on Modi people of Busa, and I be 11 of Busa, and I signed him last month, and we're free. And also, a teacher in the free school. Connection in the bill. And I say, the same one from coming to me. Say last time they come to the bill, say what I'm free bar and come into. Because I did the maximum feeding and no what is a good care more about beton. I'm a it's here kind of phone I can't be. What you say? I buy any free education. I had to say what you say, share will be so potential. And I would say what we talk about more about what you say. One count one, major marshal. Put your school fees. Not say about some more free education. Na school fees na kabetuano. First of all, to buy what you okay, then could be any then then na 1 month provision kaka. It's any be free MPP need but aboa wonim. But there is some first born 4,000 to one Prempeh College and Okowie Okoyi kind of school the other side of Bukwari. That time they paid admission 4,000, many 4,000. What is the material bribe? It's a book of Okoyi or Prempeh College, but with free education or channel I gonna and we are 9. The core you know Oma be Dave and I'm the core say no, but be am one and you know a school be have it. I'm going to money you first time no core must be okay. One man brother. I'm meant to cap. And today go for the million people but me support to be there. And this Obako school, not say school fees no one tia, that's a 1 and from Koto yen to manage at Uncle Franco life for years. Photo provisions man every week the ultimate want to make a man. And I did about Coach Americano, where the school memory. Almost here in 500 Ghana City. PTA. And do the multiply schools, you know, Nipa school, you know, it wasn't a one. About 3,000 and 2,000 something students. Which is about 30 and something thousand. PTA, you know, all this kind of money here. Now, course school be at times they are complaining about even stealing fine, common fine, they be more dumb. No, so maybe it's now PTA me use no. What are you using that money for? Oh, and you say, Yamwa. I never say a Kuford Nakofa, but the bedroom and the Kufado so. Say, come school, school, I want you to come 3,000 and come to your pay them, and 2,000 something. And it's about a connected term, 2,000, and first kind of fun to you, Fato Yamano. The first provision also the troubles Minama, and then there, or call them back to or call a diners when they be in the crop, or Baba begin troubles when they be. Yeah, that's I mean, sure, my emfa final call. Na emfa in Ekosiisen in 15 minutes after 4. Too bad. We end to me and you so. Good evening. Hello. Hello. Hey.
Good evening. Aha. Otemenka.
Hello.
Yes, Otemenka.
Hello.
Hello, Otemenka me pacho.
Mbacho.
Ekosiisen On Asempa within this I kasa free hin.
Mbacho mkasa fi tema ya frame pensinako.
O kasa free tema.
Ya ma committee 9.
Okay, oba was secondary school.
Mbacho akwawie. Okwo Bonsu.
Ehefa.
Bonsu, Bostek.
Bostek.
Yes, Enumboso Bostek.
Enumboso. Okay, me entie we.
Adene de nyina no obia se obua na kola. Bisa kola no ko nya ko school ni bi. Ye ko that time aduane ko ya de be serve wo dining hall no. Enye ko na ye manage di. Bisa obako na se no abase ko aduane ni ho a. Wo so asa wo fo no den na so be kakra bi wo ho a wo so be boa oba no. Oba no so ti wa ko school na se be wani abepe nimpa na no ho abo ma no. Eno wa wo fo no so ti so support kakra um say SHS yes yes wo fo no. Yes you contribute kakra ni mfa ma ye nkola no. Omo so mo fa ko school edamase.
Yanso ye da se Ekosiisen On Asempa yentimi mfa call sibio ma me mfa mo Ministry of Education eno ene the ministry a ehwe enwomesua so ewo ye man yi emu nti nsem say ba that is where we go nti because the free SHS secretariat no is under the ministry kwesi kwaten kasa ema ministry no kwesi akwaba Ekosiisen On Asempa
minua obi na bawo adwo echia we now.
The videos I who in the Kwetenate documentary are very, very scary. I mean, say when in Nuania ye maye nuanom nketua edia, then all is not well, Kwesi.
Obi sound komo we no abribia ase is a very difficult one because sebi ka fache my ministry have me kope imiense pese almost afibiano enuane na nkase difficult one enye difficult to say bia ehun common ye die no e big ministry ni hu fi ana obi nti bia ehun common ya de emo no but it difficult to say nkomona ye di no ba ku gina fa ono de o kwanya nyina se oka de od de wahu de wat chebi de muye no kre de enya no kre nyina obi but Yakoba say when they are receiving somebody from the Ministry of Education giving even an official response that into it ya na ekwan fa so emma ekwan se bia any person the ministry is coming to defend the government or the ministry ekobasa enchiremu bia ye de from the Ministry of Education ya no ya na ni so no ede but metiase so ya wo phobia na ade a wo ya de se ba edidie okoso na akoyi nti abibia obete some of these concerns bia am show nti ordinarily no broni because you already be aligned to any documentary or opinion HSS bia editing obi you can say everything has been well within the implementation of the free SHS program na ekoba say bia asama ye kan no broni because bia political message you are running human system, a system fraught with human interface. You are your journey, you are your journey, you are your crabia, or they call the car network, or they call the storage facility. Make what you got to catch or say, you can have it. Me would the cost 1,200 schools in a Sabina. There were 1,200 high school schools. Now, so Kaka any the former report and your complaint mechanism and answer chance over abbreviated in common here. Impempe me no ka say. Ye ni say aduane ho asem ho ayede asem akre enche kra right after the COVID. Okay, say ya kasa mu say suppliers in aduane nem because no nem komo ayede ni say due to inflationary pressures. Chikana ho den ekofom. Nti chikana ehwehwe the supplier the aduane we be or they quote 4% or so. Second time or the no. Na sika na for the enti takudumbo nya na sebio na Asempa aweka. Isa brand there. No one mo de ko no mo to shop na. Eno na ma doctor said here. Or the be a friend emergency supplies here they buy our then. Brand you come that and okay say the supply flow chain has been very smooth. Unya kritika say, mena na idin komo bebre. Also, anyway, kasa, headmaster say, and he come. But as I speak to you, there is a prompt and up-to-date payment of perishables. Unim, yes, you say no mono. Here was buffer stock. One money GCS, one more than you need to call. Now, I believe the impression creating the damage and yes, I think no. Region Bia or almost supplier what they call regional centers, then to the zones, to the districts, and to the schools. And no buffer stocks for food items, could do much. So now outside that, you calculated 30% of the 400%. I know there, and you understand be able to be tomatoes, better fish, better my and no, it doesn't come from buffer stock. Yeah, the sense you can mark no more the and now we know there's an up-to-date payment of that. When
are you saying on record, say, for all the 1,200 schools in Ghana, headmaster Bianya up-to-date payment for the better perishables across Ghana will be up-to-date on their payment 1,200 schools?
Obi, say, and I am a say. We are so quick to breaking news, maybe to generate the buzz, to generate the likes, the shares, and the views, rather than even verifying information with agency or the institutional response. Because even against the backdrop of this statement, the crowd say there is an up-to-date payment of monies for perishable food items in all senior high schools. It is still being a friend said repeated on many platforms, on many occasions. Head teachers, perishables on koi.
Because the head teachers themselves, who are supposed to be the recipient of Sasikano, are the ones complaining. They are the ones saying, "Say."
That is where the problem is, Obi. At every point, and command the bar. Yes, say. Me call school. We are me call school way. Many head teachers can't say. You say, oh, Bobby, a head teacher Ben a cancer, I be an answer there is a problem. Also, make catch a pack of victimizes our head teacher. How do you then solve the problem in the first place if you don't know that school? Because say if indeed the argument of victimization of head teachers is to standard, what happened to us? What happened to NAGRA? What happened to CCT? What happened to all the institutions or become the official parties of them? NAGRA is a very strong body. You dare not even touch them. But documentary for me is a very good feedback for all of us. And you want to take any feedback to improve your system. So on that note, we for you and applaud for you. But everything has to be situated in the proper context. In the first place, you do a documentary in December, first week of December, when students are going to school, and show that documentary in March. Will be a new problem. I don't decide on how the media does it well, but it is only fair. Say before I show that documentary, at least you should 4 months space there. You should have gone back and found out whether things have been improved. Okay? And let me come up and say it's a very difficult subject to discuss because truly, maybe to say greater class, it's 4 rounds. One more 18 food items. But better that they only and cut it. And a food cut here that down bedding cut here, replace it with another food item. And the control money cut here and say, and cut here now food. And it's a do lane season on Munya day. Suppliers mean that you can almost back. And it will be left with 17 food items. And two pusa headmaster be a headmaster just and we are in our neighbor. But within the context of the impression and the narration that is made to believe, they say, Sebiobu, I said, if you need be anyone and crown or pay you may want money.
Too bad. Kwesi Kwatena home and article work the lines and get him back. Now, if you know at was we could see saying Sunni a higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Where say Obi, good afternoon. The food situation is a concern. I have a son at Infantepim School and parents contribute 250 Ghana cedis a term to support feeding, albeit Nicodemously. I must say, however, that a review be done to allow parents to support officially. In the Eugene Elliott and on the way Abrayan Eugene Edase Papa I'm told sir Kwesi is back on the line. Yes, Kwesi. Yes.
Asma make a question and say nobody in the Ministry of Education Ebia or against any work of any media house. But they are the mechanic. Me say baby I was here do us or mine, we are not there. But where we used to be to, we are also not there. We've moved from there. When the impression is consistently created, as those say, all of a sudden, school fees everything then is wrong. If there are problems, and genuine problems, and you highlight, oh, school, we found a problem. Administrative issues, storage issues. Quickly we intervene. But
but that is exactly what this documentary does. Because also documentary
when you prompted us the list of schools to be able to remedy it, you said you will show it. Documentary, no, it's a very difficult
question. In the documentary, there are people, journalists, one kasaya. Or monocraji to Muses and free SHS ABR school crank or Montimi and Kobe. But you also see videos in the documentary, say a tours are few, a bit dear gardening wo. I mean, these videos are real, and yet videos will be a making up. And the ministry would probably also have to admit, actually, wait dear, wait the braka and Koye.
Obi, I can say on authority, in all humility, say, there is no school in Ghana as I videos, and you see, I didn't want to go into the details of the video. You are questioning the credibility of the work. I then say, "Ni anena na mkurani ekura say ni yen train free dining hall. Ni ko twe free abonten. School ben ye say we dia no abonten o Ghana. What was secondary school that could be that? There is a woman or run a voiceover no oka say neba eyare no ono say wenya altar. If that is the case, so after school no area. I mean, you seek a medical advice and the medical person confirms that it's A, B, or C. But interestingly, Uchi, last year when this food shortage came out, I was the one also giving a response explanation. This was the same voiceover, the same woman, the same everything. So is it like Mamino Kasa last year and this year was sacrificed? Or is it like voice in the attack of Apetoso? And I don't want to go into the methodology or credibility of the voice, because yes, I would deviate from the documentary. Yes, I would deviate from the documentary. For us in the Ministry of Education, what is most important to us is to say, yes, there was a feedback mechanism. With our visitations and monetary exercise, like the BA, we also against the backdrop of documentary, also increase the AEBIA as I make sure we updated Ghanaians and we didn't go alone, we went to the media. The schools and reports from other schools say in Yanawa.
Yeah, but I don't know was something that could have been arranged. I mean, say schools are more core in that documentary. I mean, say we do 10 schools,
Obi, but when a journalist goes to schools take videos outside the dining hall that cannot be staged by students or many mama at school at show, so that you will not even be able to know the school. That cannot be staged because it's the media, especially in the dispensation where the media has been excessively weaponized and politicized. That cannot be staged. But the authority, the final authority with the jurisdiction and mandate, visits a school with the media, that is staged. I don't think that is a fair.
Kwesi, there are suggestions, say, from what some parents feedback omunye free or maho any adeno. Maybe we should begin to have a conversation to open this whole thing up, because as we speak now, some headmasters creatively find ways media raises to support the system, but those are being done. Nicodemus, to be the message by saying about one fantipem, they have to pay some 250 Ghana cedis every month just to help, but more undercover any other. Have we gotten to a point that maybe we should open this whole thing up and allow parents to take some of the burden of government shoulders?
Before free SHS, right? Parents were contributing to support schools, even all students associations. That arrangement has not been declared illegal, even as of now. When an association, will be on the right to association. When an association, association decides to do anything, no Ministry of Education or no other entity will say because they be a PTA or has more boy in this area. The point is, first of all, is that always the case? I'm passing the speculations or the rumors going about on is it true in the first place? That's what we have to investigate. Or say now the easiest way to get money from your parents is just to pick a phone and call them and in this school. Why? Because consistently, one media house in Ghana has consistently dropped that trumpet. It's a yearly and seasonal program, yearly and seasonal documentary. Say, they have issues with food. And interestingly enough, it is occasioned by free SHS. Nobody has a problem if any parent supports in any amount. But interestingly, school do was and the headmistress was indicted. Why was the headmistress indicted? So was say Sikebia, I was buying the bar Emma. What is it? It came out that government has paid it fully. So the point is, if a school catch yourself in 50 car, what prevents you? You make authorities know if the Sika is legitimate or Sika who prevents it? In the end, we are sure that 200 cedis, can be so much enough. I bet you market from Kwarano all this one, but than what government said. We are very open in addressing any anomaly. The impression I want to criticize in anyone in the first place, it is not the case. I am telling you, we've had situations in the past where we had disruptions within our supply chain. But in we don't have challenge. Schools one more be a friend of
but to say Muni challenge, because you admitted even in Greater Accra, no, out of 18 food items, now Umuni be 3 food also very critical items. Indeed, that
I mentioned the peanut in Katia.
Yes, in Katia. In this Omuni in Katia, that is clearly a problem, a shortage.
No, but I'm saying, granted, Katia no kotono. So it is not an issue of money. It's an issue of availability. So we me point and say all of a sudden, brand new school and now no documentary I'm running any more if you call a bone in your day. If you ask them questions to say this week where the kushia, how many times you kushia to watch it? How many times now would you bread in a day and those things? I mean, these are leading questions to solicit certain responses. Ministry of Education, any akuma muda, say be a problem war young Kony and Kosisi. Like I indicated, you have 18 food items. Situations if I say be a Santa Rede, school way a city to format. If the masters creatively have a system of butter, and this our remind and then more stocks to format. otimi kojibi wo konongo odumase e da na de be ba no de ahye mama. If you look at the hard work headmasters, matrons, any school management to be able to ensure that we are not part of 1.4 million students every day. I mean, sometimes nobody is saying say me and any nobody out, but we should be circumspect. We should be responsible. We should be civil.
Yeah, but I would say when the welfare of children at stake, yes, the issue of being circumspect and yes, granted, say you have to always be circumspect, but say about welfare of children, and you know what that means. The point, and I think Kwete made that point. Say previously, now if the narrative was put out, say, oh, and Adriani in these schools now, the refrain from managers of the system, they say, oh, more evidence, no way. Now, a journalist goes out there undercover and get the evidence and so on. We seem to
undercover, that undercover is when, schools are having dining, somebody records a video and sends to you, you sit and do voiceovers and join them. And only undercover.
Oh no,
nobody have run away from evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, point in say, Uka said there is food shortage. Get us the list of the schools and let's go and solve them. Okay, up in mind. One musu up in mind and open your prayer for 1 week. When we probe them, they mentioned they need up in mind and going to the school. It was not the case. We didn't go there to defend ourselves. We went there that if the problem is there, we'll go and solve it. What I say?
So, Kwesi, are you saying, say, yes, you've seen the video, you agree, say, a evidence to establish, say, indeed, issues with feeding, but you are restrained because munim list of the schools are involved. Is that your argument?
Obi, my argument is, it's not even an argument. My point is, say, what Kwete and your team or multimedia team has done, it's a feedback for us to improve the system that we have already been running. But I'm saying, say, sometimes, at least the reportage and a bit of sensationalism, if we are also not very careful, well, we are a very fine policy, mining in our so could not correct Nobi. Now, Ukubusa say, what we are woody, and mewa na mewa, Mimi ti obi o ma me o he me height ya medina ho ya ayi so ma me dokoro me nsansa na meme obi bia na wudi ba ko in the same crowd you may get a different response for all of them obi aduane a e fa nse bia wo ye ma dokoro ne meko na bia makrela e de yestu mawa obi e be ye wo de obi akwara ya tete ne cantonment no o de say aduane na obeka to say aduane ne because no even bi o ko lunch wo even bi o ko edina wo movie kana a friend say ebi a keep it is how kura no obeka to say aduane no enye but who say no ko who say aduane a wudi no fie no ene say ebeka nkora 1.4 million students eguma no pay no you won't get the same taste, you won't get even in terms of even quantity kura no bia na wakra ko no bia o ma me hye ne ma wa you are in school, but it is not as though say in terms of quality it is compromised, in terms of quantity it is compromised. No, we may have one isolated incident. So say nipa ho adwuma de e bia me tron ye na enchira genesem ene we emuase amen. Those instances may be there and e bia nkate kwan na ya e bia de fry e bia anyampa. Those incidents may be there. But when we make it a general issue and make it look like say Oko Central Region, you found one school. E bia sa school no. I mean, according even we have video, and that's why I don't want to go into the video. About a northern region, say, Akurebi Bompire, Akuraneka say, a dining hall prefect, say, the headmaster call Accra, so we don't even dispatch schools from Accra. Oko Buffer stock, because Buffer stock even doesn't have a store. The food are even distributed from the regional levels. So I'm saying, say, let's just be a bit modest in our reportage. But aside that, is a great work. It helps us to improve the parents. For me, are a major concern. You deny say there can be problem. No, yes, I had a dada for an answer for there could be genuine problems. If you are young, quitting when a debaba, I'm a young who say, oh, I had a problem. Unfortunately, when your documentary came up, how many months did you? The documentary is in December. There has not been any other work. Say maybe we went to check the situation has been improved. When we even requested in a right way, there we want to know the names of the schools and go and fix the problem. It was not. So it questions the motive of such a documentary. Is it the motive in here? Say, I'm better radio so can say, oh, there is solve a problem, or is the motive for the clicks, for the views, for the shares, and for the likes? Is that the case?
Okay, Kwesi, Jina, so Emma, Mamene, Ora Gapson, Kofi Raphael, or a General Secretary, National Council of PTA in Incomo, Ora Raphael, Akwabe, Ekosiisen Suni.
So, Nama Jina Sakwan Subi, and that was a say, Mobile Jumapa, Ediasum Ghana mine.
Yeah, that's it. Monamo representing parent in a country or more mama the various senior high schools. Me pacho for more as parent reports being ena monsaka efa momman Adrian Dio.
The Quenya meaning and your only senior high school, they representing parents or pre-tertiary.
Very well. Very
pre-tertiary. Pre-KG, primary, GHS, senior high, secondary, and vocational institutions in Ghana. That is what we represent. And you only senior high school.
Medase.
Obi, said, can you force a Casatenti and Toponko? Yeah, the TFS education, no, a partnership. Our former from Mudia, a bias one from Mudia. Now, said you, can you force some body at North Mukodu? And your Bibiana and Sunny Epe, and your Bibiana horn the Epe. And is buying the policy about the CSHS, FQ. Yeah, dear, I can say, yeah, I will phone quiet me, I will buy, and I will be my boy. And I'm going to
no.
Into a buying bit mother and batchay. Into a be a position, they say. I buying the policy, dear bar. Yet, the NSA, yeah, the Boma policy, na you. I suppose in the age of my year, feedback is very, very important in life. And they say an unexamined life is not worth living. And on key issues now, of course, with educational sector. The policy buying the other. Any policy they are buying the shisha. A yes, a bulletproof policy. So they are not seen to our home. But as the policy is being rolled out, there is a also the beer to see me a can't buy against this one. A buyer said yes, and yet did. And your defensive pusher, a buy said yes, so only a diadrin. In your kind to my woman, quite the fast one. I'm a police na you. Because a quay may now. A multi school feeding system, and your only secondary schools, I can tell you. If you are school feeding, Wopia or Ghana, even at the basic school, there's the Ghana school feeding program, or share their cost for air time. And yeah, it's air time. Okoka, I buy defense like eso. Politics no dozen.
Yeah, but why do you think, sir? Maybe why do you think, sir? No, let me was a question just to help. But why are you of the opinion, sir? Me pacho, sir, Murezi issue now, sir. Abiding Chemu bar. Why do you think are buying a defender no matter take a defensive position? I didn't hear.
What's it then?
Me say I don't know if it's a Murezi issues. Now say buying Edin Chemu bar. Why do you think are buying take a defensive position? You call for
that has been the posture of government for over a period. They say no. They say I didn't abon because okay issues and you know discuss this last 2 years. Me can say there was this issue about review of policy in the educational sector. Let me say and only free SHS in year review. Ethics in year review because the free SHS policy it was very pregnant. Me no can say. Yeah, can say. On quite a cool school, Nancy. You know, say a semester 4 months. And I'm
yes.
Me 4 months on the cool school. 1 week, 1 month, 2 weeks. I'm about to see. I'm back to till May and so on Marco. System now, yeah, there are issues with it. Young quite be an answer. You know, say, yeah, guys, say, I can't be the answer. I will for now on mobile schools on the mono. I would do money to a buying soa. A baby, no, young Codano, some of the Tom and boy. Enti yes two omofo e be catch ro mo say aban ye na sede but mon kan hu say aban holding say sometimes and yet the okay nyina na maybe say na holding best no bit my enti dem be be mo bit me dia boa a complementary food efforts to schools no mo nyama say yes free SHS program no first year anti-food crisis, second year anti-food crisis, third year anti-food crisis. But subsequent years, in the chance who say, if you are not first, now commodity free schools, commodity free, at the Belmo school direction. They said the two center be near directors, and Munko maybe Kintampo in high school. Namunko Fedian, from Franco schools. Transportation, Munuka Fedian, and Hane Bohoka. These same school administrators will come and cry to PTA executive stuff. Yes, 7 months we are saying intimate Fedian and Empire. A glance at the Kofa Banner. I think it's not only the first document. There was another documentary. City for granting interview, you can't watch them. I been both who say, yeah, as national PT, yeah, can't ask them. Said, yeah, saboteers. Yampe, I buy ye, Sabeka Frache. Free SHS program. Obia knew how Becca said, any good program. But we can make it better. We can make it best. If it is good, and it's becoming a battle. About how we need to transfer after now. This year, who will be a challenge to the programmer? A bit with the crisis leading us to crisis. It is our duty collectively to discuss and find solutions to it. At the end of the day, no, the normal gene someone, yeah, and I said, Omodachi, about the here. It's an issue I discuss about food situation. I can tell you on authority, say, minimum between 200 to 500 to 600. Parents pay to support, to complement food efforts in all most of the various senior high schools across the country.
And no, monthly and answer term.
Per term, minimum. Parents pay 100 cedis every month. Say 4 months and 400.
Yes.
So this year 50 cedis every month. 4 months and 200. I'm giving you a range of payments, not only to support. Now, I can be actual. But the Robocokano kitchen staff no woefully inadequate. Also the volumes of students in the schools. Now show the number of kitchen staff and what put more clearly say if you are no problem or the PTA executive any school management meet tonight from because there is list across yeah employ additional staff from my up to now ember. We have taken that burden and we are paying kitchen staff. And government says that we don't matter. Government says that it will be a service to the extent that I to me actually I can't say the PT or only school based PT or region or national. Sabi Kuba and any apex body. They want to divide our rank and split us just because we are a force to reckon with. And we have told people that the entire Abandia and Endo Abandia, Yedumania, about for summer, the Ampa politics and cohort. The best boy in Nama Ghana, no, in 2018, amount for take free SHS concept, and shall 2017. You are about Cotnas, in Kenya, our precinct Legon. Then, Deputy Minister for Education, no, Minister for Education, not for your audition. I bet Nas Momu Church, Muka, young one name, my science, and San and Coffin. And there's this school fee, free but will be interest school fees. But fees are different from dues and levies. Fees are buying the session. Dues and levies are for association. Dues new levies, any edible infrastructure, edible food supplements, edible certain things. The services are buying cry, staff, a Gianni, a stable as on the bar, edible bois, etoton in a cardi edible boama, a Gianni, maybe rice and stew. Then I say for a challenge you have. Yes, you can everything with their support. Asema ye discussion, the cry for me said documentary never out. It is the reality on the ground. So, make us say, who can somebody say 1 out of 100? It's not true. The cry for me said documentary it can be over 70% of schools are in the schools in Ghana. They are in categories. Categories of schools need to actually our for now or more quadra. But one schools near more endowed schools, or more issues, sometimes if you want now. All students and PTAs, they try to find a way to cover up and then try to support. But in the place that is distressed, like Kwame Danso Secondary School, and now Secondary Senior High School, and now schools are all hinterlands. I said, one distance, I can tell you, last year and last 2 years, school crisis by philanthropy, all students, PTA, mobilization, and the schools. Bobby, you Ghana. So I didn't buy a supplier cast a buffer stock for a Domocan. who send be a piece no. I saw my solve no. A need solution and a very holistic package. There can a policy no. Areas for on ma the BS on review
now you review very well. My final question to you is as parents, no, what do you suggest? Say any aban announce say eba aduane ho nsem ne ade a awofo monfa no ho ka ye betua school fees na mama. Is that what you want?
Yeah, can say already there that. The aban ye no ye bi de boa. It is aban who say education a partnership. Ye dey gitu musa because they will give you a bank country and baby. Yes, we are said the make us responsible parents. It's our bank in the areas of resource envelope in education. Maybe normally to know one of our cost into school fees normally in a second. But about feeding electricity in a second. Then some cost sharing maybe 70-30 or whatever. Even parents are even paying to provide support for security in our schools. There's a lot of things that parents are doing that. I don't think so. Mama 1 hour 2 hours students. But I think I can more grounds a verifiable data. A lucrative at that form. It is our pressure now. Make my na work on work I can.
Me da say kwesi wo ho
minya obi midina so
aha what ye council of PT associations that were Ghana ha what do you say to nsema papa yake
obi me position in ana say at the end of the day that approach we you sure but me as a civil servant as a public servant you know that is not my priority. My priority is not to always be on radio, engage people. I mean, you can see clearly say, as somebody who has his own personal score to settle. I'm not here to respond to all of them. I mean, be a sector and what Ghana have being it education, being it health, being it agriculture, being it rules. Oma be a pen paper. Less problems more than 1,001. And I'm not sure that's what we are doing here. If it is about highlighting and restating all the problems within a sector, within a sector there, all of us could have done it. But that is not my interest now. My interest is that, first of all, I take responsibility. So, the schools at every point, about schools no mayor. My second responsibility to say where there are challenges, I assure parents say and we can tell so a book council our Harrison that is for us in the Ministry of Education, that is important to us. When you make everything look like say all of a sudden when government drops the payment of fees, everything is going to be well, every problem will be solved, it becomes very problematic. What he is talking about an extension of that agreement is what we call education apartheid. A school cashier there he is willing to pay, but the nuclear what was the problem that free SHS intended to cure? Every year we had more than 100,000 students along the secondary school level. 20% along the way drops. And then you have a government policy, a pro-poor policy. That comes increased enrollment from 800,000 to almost 1.5 million now. And you said what? Because and if you don't situate the conversation in the proper context and you don't have a very holistic and dispassionate conversation about free SHS, feeding, and all the ecosubia, and then it's all reduced to debate, it's all reduced to banters. You call this person, come and make this all his claim. He come and use the radio to settle all his cause. We may be pushing our own selves into a ditch, and that will be a suicide that we are committing to ourselves. My priority is not to engage in the banter of it. My priority is that I assure parents, say, baby, not challenge or what. We are responsible and we are going to resolve them. But then to land on that, it is also important to also once again remind the media that home hierarchy, the media shapes the conversation. The media shapes the narrative. When a documentary is played on Joy News and that documentary does not get traction, the next thing is you move to Adom FM. When it doesn't get traction, Fako will be sure, so it is the biggest. We'll get the traction. Invite people, get producers to call on them. Let's speak to them. Paint the narrative black. What is the end? What is the end?
Mepacho. The point they say, if what we all saw in that documentary, and yet something that would hit you as a parent, as a policy implementer, then I don't know what else would. I mean, for us as media, our job is to mirror what is happening in the schools. And we know, and you just talk. And you just talk. There are videos to back the narrative story, out. And I think we have to also be fair.
Do you want me to tell you, say, no senior high school in Ghana serves that food. You want me to put it to him? Do you also want me to put it to him? Say, documentary voiceover now. Mami Bika say, Neba, when you all started, last year the same voiceover was played, and the question is the credibility of the work that is done. Obi, that is why I've been always avoiding the content of the work.
Okay.
And I've been speaking within the general overview and taking responsibility and giving assurances. I mean, that's why I said in an era where the media has been almost weaponized and become a tool for advancing political interest, we shouldn't narrow conversations like that. For us in the Ministry of Education, we take responsibility to say, but don't let us increase the sensationalism. Okay, and then Abayas won't pay school fees. All of a sudden, every problem within the education sector will be solved. Come on.
Kwesi kwate me na se Ekosiisen so ne yebeda Ora Raphael nso ase on National Secretary ma Council of PTAs here in Ghana. Ma yemfa nkomo no ensi ye na ne ye huntie we mra ye ba mo messages are aba no edoso. I'll take time and read all of them for you. Now ye we are bidwafo nso aba be cancer. For example, Jake watching us from Dodowa says, Obi, about this feeding of free SHS student issue, I wish you would engage me on your program. There are a lot of practical ways to solve it, and it will trickle down to affect the whole nation. Jake, thank you. Obi, even in the primary schools, it's terrible. Roland Ewakra. Obi, good afternoon. I am a product of the Northern Free Education in Tamale in the late 70s and 80s. To confess, we were poorly fed. We didn't have electricity and water as such. We studied at preps with lanterns. We drank water from local wells. There were no masters because all our tutors left for Nigeria. This current crop of students, due to the existence of NAGRAT, have masters in all schools. For those of us from the north who benefited from Nkrumah's free education, this current one is the best. Umar in Accra. Obi, the National PTA. Okay. Osei, the National PTA, how was this structure constituted? How holistic and representative is this National PTA? Possibly better talk to the PTA of selected schools. Okay. Asamoah Odie and Asamoah Yedase. This one says, Obi, the Achim Asafo to Achim Adokwanta to Kukrantumi Road. We beg government to come to our aid. Nana Chidomhene Ewa Donkwanta Enedi we Nana Yedase. Obi, the supply of food to the schools has been given to different party folks and they are not paid. So some don't have the resources to supply as supposed. Andy Ewa Hohoi and I know the way about Andy Yedase. Said the Makano messages are yenyano edoso. Obi, the PRO from the ministry is not helping matters. He's failing to talk about the quality of food. Oh, Ghana, shaking my head. Where's Obi? Send journalists to Pantek today. The students are eating gari and red oil. Most times, they take their own sugar for breakfast. Yeah, so anyways, my interior with Mr. Cra. Yentia we mra ya ba betra so Ekosiisen Suni. Stay with us here, bus is here.
With the Gopils lemon throat lozenges, abro. Gopils lemon throat lozenges. A man who told one minimum yaws. A man century ahoto. A one minimum yawa. A batan what to say. Yariam mwa edin yarwaba. Cigarette no. And sano. And in frama a sense. 110 so. Gopils echa a wa any minimum yaws. Gopils lemon throat lozenges. A yemrel no. Chicha will take so. Bra worita free winum. Get set. Go. And your man kola mundi influencia. And many anasa and real lozenges. So one number so one to wa. And you come home Dr. Asempa Pharmacy Limited. And imported gold pills. Almost one no distribute. If you're a Chirakwine, Timber Market, Ashaman Runabout, your pharmacies, and over-the-counter medicine sellers. Open the do to and your friend 024-705-3104 and 059-329-3734. FDA, Aji Gedian Kratoi Atu.
Hello, spare driver. Send this nana.
Oh, boss, me de car na kopimu.
Hey, what the car to me so?
Boss, na 1 year insurance no.
Charlie, menyam ranko you. Never send me go for mu.
Ubetumi ya insurance we fumu ho.
Na face you send me sound come market.
Ko ubetumi ya insurance no market ho.
Na go send me sound so no ready and ma me yire o.
Boss, kitchen wa no ubetumi ya insurance ho.
Ah, na me da e.
And one is a obe send WhatsApp akoma obaya was 0242-426-396. Now for Provident Insurance wa boa wa your car insurance ama wa WhatsApp so. Bebiara wo bia.
Enti bebia.
Bebia. Say you bet to me your car insurance bebia ni abrebia wo WhatsApp so send a message comma or buy ya was 0242-426-396 and they are
Providence dear man you're covered.
Constituency watch your first from Kwa and what's some perfect radio committee Cassia Ekosiisen so now free election yet yet in Bell constituency sense and when you force what is away now I'm on your pocket same you and this in the MPP one man will see for what's up so say Samson of political parties the movement I can anti-parliamentary candidates regional and constituency party executives sitting MMDCs no more keka hunyina bebabi upenya kwenya beside ya wakuma subia face to face ya better the parties na ya constituency no near eha constituency ni so beka wasam na ya fifi parties ni manifestos no mu ahwe bwakodwa wo mu share sam pesua no so pache sa konsisen oso ne mo aso na form tie ya se na be ya obehu da ya ba wo pesua so na wo share Asempa FM constituency watch baso fie de bia 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. ya hwese e beko be 50 constituencies ansa na fie ba to na bi so Asempa FM constituency watch my share.
A bank that supports you, a bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive, CBG. Make you smile, we will rise with you. Your business will flourish, your name will stand out. Consolidated Bank, CBG, we stand with
Senior wants you how Tibiano. We hear Syntex Tanko. Free say Syntex Tank to me jine ewium sakra ye bia. Empire ne bono so ye kama say. Unim say Syntex Tank ne di kan ye double layer tank Ghana. Unim so say Syntex Tank Korea ene di kan ye tank emuda hokai. Emu fite. Na say si adie ubeti ma chere size, color, type biara wo pe Syntex Tank be yama. Na nini ne chino ekita 7 years warranty umpewe na open dien frakra e was 0244-335-168 Kumasi 0505-555-666 Syntex Tank emuda hokai Syntex Tank eye strong eye tough.
Baby.
And more than him, drink a banana out of the last week.
Novus coconut milk drink. What is stevia? And how would the baby to a mudawai? I'll frame you man.
Novus coconut milk drink. Man, be can't. Hey, yeah, Misso, by and more than him. When I was Shahono, can you resist Novus coconut milk drink? Oh, I can't.
Yeah, how many John? Novus drink no flavors ni na so no mo coconut chunks edi dem eti egu oni mo e ye feeling eno enema ne ye crash no
Novus, our different flavors. Original flavor, melon, banana, pineapple, and a mango. Oh, come on.
Novus range of drinks in our kama. Novus coconut milk drink. Menuma, na me want sepemi.
Now, when we padudua, ubenyabiwe. Ube friend Novus Industries and Trading Limited. 0533 733 028. FDA, Ajejodi Ingratoyatum.
Yasandia Bobby Morgana for New Year DBS Industries Limited for say one more board than a summer free. I want in the year free Monto. Nian sober Tom roofing sheets a papa. Woman dear by drama and Sunimu Biabi. One more Baba boss for more kama. What you say? Ain't you waiting any jism? Woman to miss off from what the free estimate from OCCA. Account number no 0240 844 444. Kumase so dear 0506 004 141. Dakra dear 0506 004 242. DBS Industries Limited. Roofing Papa Fee.
Ghana for per tasty Tom tomato mix yusu. Ukochoba restauranta. If yes wa
Tasty Tom. Me your farmer Johnny near Koyupa. Me you see Tasty Tom tomato mix. Your cocoa kama. What the year Johnny? What's a rich tomato flavor no? Na ne tasting so dear. On point.
Sa. Me choba. Me fa Tasty Tom kakra bi yam kwan ne froya. Na ye bebre. Me handwriting so ensisada. Inti customers ba.
Neba.
Me a chef. Tasty Tom gives you value for money. I don't compromise on the quality of my food. Intimate top papano.
At once. Use Tasty Tom enriched tomato mix.
This advert is FDA approved.
Midinde Frederick Niyate Amugi Mende mfie eduoson enum me wo mankasa majuma na mesan ye sinitwene nso maye sini ho adwuma be ye mfie eduonum miensa minni moja mroso ana esichire yare biara be ye mfie eson ne a mihu ise se migunsu a na mayase ya meyaw eye ohaw maame efise na mihu amane na se megu nsu mpo a minya tinka se junso ni bi akamu ehya ase no na enye ohaw bebre nanso mfie mienu a etwamu yi ohaw no jensem afi kurade na mebre ankasa ansa junso no aba mete oyaw bebre metinka se junso ni bi aka junso to anu mini membu sianfuru tu kwa kwakurase me babere manu a oken free no gina okwan mpen pi sene beye megunsu edu anajufa anajufa na me kornemu a me sore bebru mpen esia akogunsu asana ade achi ade esisa masetna pakra eyinti me hokanfo ne me manyina to me fose me nko ayaresabia nko hu doctor me koduru ho no doctor no ma me koye scan any lab nhwehwemu eyima ohun se menya ohaw bi a ekirese me prostate no aye kese eyinti doctor no ma me edru a opoto kasemu no wo fra no orthodox prostate drug na emwa me prostate no a aye kese no se oyo berema no wenya mfie aduanan rekwa obramo asetna enye mreokra na minim se wanhwe wo prostate no yie a etumesi sangwa asetna pa obre a ufam se jonso account oyaw a ufam bre a urigunsu anajo sorry a ebrum pengesia se rukogunsu atinka se junso no bi aka wo junso toamu eye ohaw pi me de doctor akachire mi se me prostate aye kesinti me shase se me refa abrofo prostate edro no me prostate akwantu yi meto so wonia edi eyi echi no bio wenuwam na wienwaso
Se wuye bema shase ne to anamo ewo wo prostate apomodin ho abra wo di prostate 60 bon ho ban
wo benye bi wo pharmacy chemical any herbal shop bi emu ana afren yen wo 024 649 0116.
Prostate 60 with prostate apomodin any wapomodin.
Hey, Nana Bedianko. I am mango. I Jumano. And I am mango. One wants an increase with libido. That's a dough bruta. That's a F Iron Man Vital Kawan. I'm a one combo. First what's in your baby. For Iron Man Vital. Benjamin in your easy. Oh, prostrate your canoa. No Iron Man flow. Obey Ifi and Uncle Kawin Yarame to my juice of correct. Iron Man flow. Oh, what to prostrate Howie. Bessiabe. Mananum. Jawa. IFM. Oh, my Bessiabanum Cossion Comway. Oh, your baby. That's a banana pet. IFM. Oh, my fail food. A pedalus waiter. I slim mix. Oh, my too smooth. I have our drugstore Biaramo. Step under the afraid. 0535 400 020. Anna 0546 100 100. Anna 050 875 8701. Edria, Yamanyimpa owns in Fidua watching. About an one ben a painful and gratuity FDA. Apenado. Aya Heba healing the world.
Constituency watch your first from Kwa. And what's some perfect radio committee Ekosiisen so. Now, free election yet, yet in Bell constituency essence. And when you force what is away now, I'm on your pocket same you. I am this in the MPP. One now will see for what's up to share the suburban say. Samson of political parties, the movement, I can't subenya Quenya, anti-parliamentary candidates, regional and constituency party executives, sitting MMDC is no more taken when you have a puppy. Upenya Quenya beside the Kuma Subia face to face. The pressure the parties now constituency no near Eha constituency in Swebeka was Naya Fifi parties the manifestos no after Wakudwa. One share some Peshuan so precious a constituency. Oswanemo Asona from Tia, Senabaya Behuda, Yaba, Peshuaso, now was share. Asempa from constituency watch. And Basso Fia de Bia, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Yes, see a Bekoba 50 constituencies. And Sana Fia Batona Biso. Asempa from constituency watch. Malaysia.
These holidays, you don't need to go far to find the best entertainment. All you need to do is stay connected to DSTV. Pick your moment of fun with the best kids entertainment. Pick the best stories from your favorite series and share them with your friends. Pick your moments from the hottest sports and shine with the world's biggest stars.
Haaland, the fastest player to 40 Champions League goals.
Because it's your moment to hang out with the characters you love. Whether you're at home or on the move, make it a holiday to remember. Because these holidays, it's your moment to enjoy the best entertainment. So get and stay connected to DSTV and enjoy every moment.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Fufuo, eye fufuo party, eye team. Someone who is sending a Adum TV fufuo party 2024. Fufuo ben krana your favorite. Panchene body, bayire fufuo, mekeni fufuo, anase die. Enkwa mena ya ope. Ebunebunu, rewen kwan, enkate kwan, aben kwan, tinka sem kwan, ana akro. Niawuhia ne wayewa, ene wano. Baso, ewo multimedia group anim wa, mechire Joy FM. Eye Easter Monday, 1st April 2024. Anopa no ya sharp na fufuo na ben kayo ne wohia ne wayewa na wobedidi peche tumedie anyum to fuekuku dam bebre na beba ase eye Adom TV fufuo party eye team ne wohia ne wayewa Adom TV fufuo party aboafo muta ye chibene Franco Trading Enterprise Nkulenu Foods Tasty Tom and Rich Tomato Paste and Obuasi Bitters.
One expert, bonuses are kesiye, odds are kakraka, and inkunim dienkwa. Download the One Expert app no. Now your deposit ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Jack, we now open day. To make a register with oneexpert.com.gh. Now use the promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit. So One Expert, mau be brave. Gambling one truth to can wash a year. Ma wa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to way atum.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I done me we I can roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anon so say. Me feni na en kwadan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
The contract and won nimnia ko. Ghana had here a ban of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye rocksters. En fie be brain in a rocksters. Adi roofing sheet papa and who aka there. Asum Ghana for.
En kaya say ya no mu die nso ebo.
En near du fudiachi nan kotwa de bon en net Sundachi, Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP cylinder. Fre Rocksters, now one chawuntum.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie Samsung nie Nokia nie iPhone nie say your printers or mobile phone accessories Franco Trading Enterprise afa no one TV aye this satellite any ultra panels abomu ma
Facebook say uko Franco Trading Enterprise page na say likes number 100,000 ayo mo eni omunidwa so na www.francotrading.com Android app aye Franco Trading Instagram aye @Franco Trading na nipa body for dosunti Franco e di momo pay code 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby Nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco Community 1 water works ne denim here. Cycle opposite Odor Rise. Madina 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa Franco opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And now for your number 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie and you're not going.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
In life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better. Your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model. Securing your safety. Creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage of the Ministry of Energy.
Time aso. When you signature no dada. Afi, yani tawo se kwekwana se. Ye dia botre na etu fansa
2024. Adum FM, Asempa FM, Adum TV. Jamwa Philip Gwenza kwa Easter. I non-stop entertainment. Back to back. Uton kwa ne fifie sansa uton kwa wada. Anichi ne shasya ya wada. 28th March Walenda do. Bonsu Junction. Anu ya kwa ukwanso. Sa upe bibia no madi abra woko kwa ya. Mufalenda do. Ya the work and happiness. Ani ofie kwa so beta so live. And Sunday of Omepono. Easter Friday 29th no. Ya bewa 590 mobile. Ne Kids Soccer League. Wa bomi ya stote funase live. Ya Belshani yoni maduane no power. Lavons cooking competition ase. Wa don't pack or bomi. Ofie kwa so ni adom kase abeto so adom pack wa. Na nyumere ni ya fie damos wa. Saturday 30th March no no pa. Kwa unkro no de be boni wa Asempa FM kwa Easter Games na se. Bomi ya stote funase. Powered by 590 mobile Kid. Na nyumere no. Yani possibilities me kukuru stage bambala pass ya adom pack. Ya ba boso amadiache we. Anu ya mega street bash no. Beshia Mirato. Episode KO7. Kasahari Sojes no. And the surprises baby. Powered by possibilities. Sunday 31st March. Anopano winners of Easter Game. And the 590 mobile Kids Soccer League no. Wamo de pem pwanyamye with champion of champions. Ebe paso opomi ensto telephone. And Tijaya Adum Easter 2024. Follow ye on social media platforms. I would want to see feeling the Ekosiisen On Asempa. Adum Easter. You will grade the Asia Congo. Lavons tomato mix. Love the inside. Possibilities. No bina woman kasa. 590 mobile Kid. DBS Industries Limited. The roofing experts. A large vision eye clinic. The eye doctor. No surgery. Global lightning. Your solution to quality lighting. And Kania Papa Fee. Franco Trading Enterprise. For Papa Fee. Easter 2024. Arriba! Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode desempanado. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode desempanado. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba obi som
Masum Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen so ni ye mamu nyina akwa ba bi ho de mova dwumadi so 23 minutes after 5 bidi Osei Bonsu make us a lawyer Chumbere ma wa Hatik Mohammed e wa ye hwe nim so no aboko akwa kwesi akwa ba be kan ye ho e studio ha MP for Chimda ba me nkwa homa no so na ye nkọ me fam nkọ Belsa South when is a Belsa South MP Vandal Clement Apark or sign a PhD holder na Charlie Vimet
sharp
na bibi aboko
oh nyame adom ho ye
meti won kana check aka
obi meti won ka check
eje so pa
after nyina na
yedin komo it's true
na many ajipa say na matter vandalatic and ya me junior chief lawyer
I
want you the dey cut vandals ruler
it is true No. Now me pacho enkomo aye di based on documentary Joy News investigative journalist Kwetenate aye empty plate he calls it. Now we show pictures, videos of the Ekosiisen in our schools. The ministry are responding say the situation is not as being painted. In fact, almost where the journalists echo around, and for the schools they visitors no more stress. What have you also gathered as a member of parliament, as somebody who sits on the education subcommittee in parliament, and then also wehu me pacho?
Yo, Obi, me da se bebre. Me say there was a me de chat here me say Yanda Joy FM. And I say multimedia, joy news, any journalist, and the master. If you might day amoye, Ede Abua Ghana, Yan Kos Wonti, Yaha Wonti, as I say more or dog any tima, Emma Ghana. Alpha secondary education, if he said obey host of the almighty Ekosiisen program. The grand they have a coupe and on him say so your hall, your motto, and it's a truth stand.
Truth stands, yes.
Obi Piara wedding Comedia Shasia 2017 Free Senior High School in the current form. Ebaya in so mono. Ebejetum the some way and then Moma Daruma. Ye company in a visual or the visual form. Yati awo for kasa. Yati inkorana kasa kasa. Na yati acheche foni di kasa. Makasa semia mabre sominjaka. Obi enim se policy no aya policy papa enyina ejetum. Yasom. Enim se policy no Fadi Atochima Anka ya the politics etun chain Esi Nkonya Edi Hun Koma Begin say 2024 you know Nkata Nkomo yi eni se sadi bio. Truth be told and I know kese you know so Usha amount Yadia share program yi not Usha problems na edaho ebata ho na ayana ya certain before for yata ko akwaje na home no oba parliament e be catch government had expended some 8.4 billion Ghana cedis to implement the program. 8.4 billion Ghana cedis. But social allocations are almost every year since 2017. And 2017 in Kwan allocation a year now into 500 million Ghana cedis. It was in fact 400 million Ghana cedis for good reason. Because as of 2017, no, it was only one cohort, first year, 2017, were the only group who were being catered for within the context of the current form of the free senior high school policy. But since then, on average, it's about 1.4 billion per year. In fact, this year, we approved 2.7 billion Ghana cedis. Last year was 3 billion Ghana cedis. The year before was 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. And if we have approved collectively, not even expended, but collectively approved as you know, about 14 billion Ghana cedis. The ban is saying, challenges, after about home common. The other, a water minister, any ministry, I say they have addressed the issues. I can tell you that It is firefighting. A bar. And the two tenants say, "Come watch them." Now, Omako. Come up with the umbrella, no master. And community, that's how to pick it. And that is the problem. So it is not sufficient for the minister and the ministry to tell us that they have resolved the problem, that they are taking journalists. And if the school knows that the minister is coming there with journalists, and after even the PRO, you and I know. So whatever needs to be done to let the problem look as though it has been resolved, it will be done. But what you have done, Joy FM, Joy News Multimedia, is to bring to bear what parents, students, heads of the secondary schools, and almost every stakeholder has known and complained about all these years. And to the point made is this: the issue of taking another look at the policy to resituate it in a way that we can address some of these challenges in a more holistic manner, no, is what we should be doing. But so because the more with the bar, that's an ipacono, one pen of credit. What has been captured, it is the reality. That is what is happening. The issue of food inadequacy, the issue of the lack of wholesome food is present. I can give you reports from Auditor General's reports as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, where the Auditor General has chronicled how some unscrupulous buffer stock food suppliers, and that is one leg of the issue. One leg is that government seems not to be making the full complement of approved funding available. And even when the funds are made available, they are not disbursed in a timeous manner. That is one component. And when the funds are not being disbursed, those suppliers who have supplied the food, they don't have the capacity to continue supplying. And you know that even some of those suppliers have gone on public demonstrations. I can tell you that some of them have not been paid. So that is one leg. The other leg of the issue is that we have unscrupulous buffer stock food suppliers. And many of them have become so brazen because of the political connections that they have. Where they are supposed to supply quantities of food to the schools, they would undersupply. Where they are supposed to supply varieties of various staples, they will choose to supply only one staple. So we have instances where students would have to eat gari for a week or two. We have instances where students will have to eat rice for 2 weeks straight. The 3 every a month, 100 bucks, echo P school. Now, one near Dria, no one near Katia, no one near one. You think at a young man school, 50 bags of rice. Now, your common school, 20 bags of rice, and yet the headmaster has no recourse to complain. If you complain, that is what is going on. So, about the saying, and I ultimately a seeker and to say, it is so program you are saying, and so your man if you don't know and swung, and after if you don't know so no Bonibaka is either unwholesome or is of a poor quality. And listen to me very careful, Obi. We are dealing with teenagers and young adolescents. They need a balanced, nutritious diet. Okay. Because it impacts on their physical, emotional, and mental growth and well-being. And we are doing our work a disservice. And for me, as a committee, like I said, you're boy a home day. As education committee of parliament, I'm being honest. But as an individual and a member of the minority, our side, we have never failed to raise these issues, and we thank God that finally what we have been saying, the BIG and Lucy Bonnet, say and program the day, I could put in the Bamian at the buyer, it's the BIG program, no fee, forgetting that the money that we have been using to support this program, and yet I could find the bottom seeker, and yet bottom seeker, and yet the bottom seeker,
okay.
Forgetting that one of my sons is now in first year at the university. He went through the system. Another one is in his first year in a secondary school. And I can tell you, the amount of money I have to spend to keep my boy healthy is more than what parents were paying when it was not free. It is what we need to do is to repeat the call for a national forum to review the policy. Now, I'm sorry, no more. Very well. One of the proposals that we have made at NDC and has been supported by CHAS, NADRAC, and almost every other stakeholder besides government is to revert back to the old arrangement where funding for food should be disbursed to the schools. Let the headmasters, the advisors, the hall prefects, let them sit down and plan their menu.
Okay.
Identify their own suppliers and procure the food. The current arrangement where it is centralized has only created avenues for corruption. If you want reference, take a look at the 2021 Auditor General's report on pre-university educational institutions for the year ended 31st December 2021. Go to page 142. There is a table, and the headline is shortfall in supply of food items. The companies that have been held or that have been fingered are 15. One particular company is repeated several times. Let me give you one classic example. Mackerel, quantity to be supplied, 1,125 boxes, into brackets 24 times 400 kg. Actual supplied, 530. 595. If you want another example, I will give you beans. Quantity to be provided, 186 bags, into brackets 100 kg. Actual supplied, 158. Difference, 28. King tomatoes.
Very well. Honorable, this is a running story. So ask about within Komobio. Why? Okay.
Let Akufo-Addo Bawumia admit, they have admitted to the IMF on page 76, paragraph 47 of the first review of deal now, IMF. And bailout, they have told the IMF that in the educational sector, we will review and listen to me carefully. We will review and rationalize the free senior high school policy. So why is government willing to admit this to the IMF and yet has chosen to define review as cancelled and has remained adamant in spite of the clarion call from Ghanaians and almost every stakeholder to review this policy so that we can maximize the outcome. The way Jamo.
Honorable, yeah, that's it. Bibiani, Bessia Babidin Comobio, that's Clementa Park, on a MP for Bolsa South constituency, Osei a ranking on the education committee in Ghana's parliament. After Miamra studio, na Yemesheni ni enko. Mamen Kai must see a discussion segment, the Tabia Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil, and a Franco Trading Enterprise, Ebuaya in Pani a day. And also Ebremo Atik Mohammed Ewa Atik akwa bete saying Pija Mike Adom Bibi Ekoyi
like I keep saying
it can be better.
It could be better.
Yeah.
But it's the idea.
Very well. Ma mincha unia no me na fe memra ho ne enhya se ni nkomo. Honorable akwa aba bibi aboko.
Mini nyame adom ye ho ye.
Ye da nyame ase. Achem da aboko.
Oh nyame adom ye su kakaka. Na mini ateke se nyama mu ayedin. Mi hu da nyama ma yemre o Ghana ha. Debe. It's always been like that. Ya kan nyina na say ye be yiri ye ho when the going gets tough.
The tough must get going.
Certainly, he's a tough guy.
No, but
I think he's a very tough guy.
Oh yes, but yet the going has become tougher than you, the tough one. Until there's no going to be made. What I say? Ghana for say, in fact, tough guys have become soft guys. You see, when the situation is so critical, you see, men have become boys. The situation has softened men to the point that they become boys. And you see. Say, oh, when has it ever been soft?
Yes.
Not just this is a testament. Say, near air course idiot. Because I would wish when, in fact, in the first time of Nanado, when things were okay. Now yet a man for Tim because oh, says here the new my America cran as if. But you say, when has it ever been softer? Not just it's an admission. Say, Nyamike no new my ding. And to say, oh, it has never been soft, I disagree. We've had good times in this country.
Okay.
We've had good times. And our President Ankaza Jitum say, oh, 4 years before, but which means indeed there are times but baby you see losing your belt and fasting your belt. A man for me, you can see their spinal cord. A man for me, belt, you see spinal cord.
Who's spinal cord?
And the child said, "You man,
Mamentia lawyer Chum na for member na take and share your common as say. Ekosiisen On Asempa. Lawyer Chum Berima Akwaba na apom to saying.
Obi, ready?
Bibia Ekoyi.
Nyametese.
Yedanyame ase.
Said the wow nothing more to add.
Nothing more useful to
nothing more useful to add, my lord. Because if the men have now become boys, that's automatically the boys are now girls. The only one who will be very okay is the one in between us. On the head,
you can maybe very okay. Now the mantra was boys are bread.
Boys are bread.
Two is telling you says boys are girls.
Oh, of course. I mean, you say the boys are not girls. That's a boys need to be girls. Boys are girls no way. They are nowhere to be found.
Anyways, I think let me come to you. I mean, our big story and the investigative documentary created on feeding in our senior high schools. The picture doesn't look pleasant.
It
doesn't look pleasant.
Oh, and Nedi came a mincha gamaga for you na mincha northeast for you na mincha minion ma studio.
I still think the microphone is down. Now it's better.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And in that case, my mincha Republic for be more. Micha, I saw mutie ye. Micha the Republic of Gamaga for a name Ray. Na micha na yuri so. Enemy no ma. I'm passionate about issues of education. And obi onimi nyina betiasia. Look, when you cut free SHS in some I was very passionate about the fact that Ghana as we need to have an educational policy that would allow accessibility to education in all forms. When the accessibility to education comes in two forms: physical accessibility and financial accessibility. Physical, no any say you have the infrastructure, schools under trees in as if we. So my idea is say free education now. the complementary and externality policy, I say ADHSU, is to make sure that we remove all schools and the trees.
Yes.
But the other issue now that remained to be done was, say, a man for can access education without recourse to omo incomes and incomes of omo parents. Until when free education eventually, I was excited. Me, I've profited from some form of free education at the secondary level.
Yes.
I was a young on Nkrumah, and if you are privileged to have attended on Nkrumah schools, me, man, I didn't just attend the secondary school. I attended on Nkrumah schools, Nibi.
Or Sajifo's own school.
Exactly. Your friend in Ghana Secondary School. It used to be called Ghana College.
Okay.
In fact, and Okosrema is the only school near Kanina upgraded middle schools. Tamasco for because but the truth is in the details.
Ghana Secondary School.
Absolutely.
I want former President Mahama.
Absolutely. The only school that has
and Dr. Baumia
yes, of course, our school now. Up to today, they still live in touch rooms. Can you imagine? Oh. Until I have profited from free education in some sense.
Okay.
And it now your friend Northern Scholarship. It was not in the full sense of Nyewo CCA, but nonetheless it was some form of intervention. It was subsidized secondary education. Nyena counterparts in the south are school fees. And feeding feeding, it was just free. What I say. Until media, I am an advocate and a passionate advocate at that of free education. Nemom, ye group and pensubia, ye started our policy, and policy be we implement here. Challenges, beba. It takes a smart policy person, and it takes smart policy elite to recognize every policy has a cycle, and it is not for fun. The cycle allows you to identify some challenges, so you can remedy those challenges. And you find every policy there is a phase of that of the policy cycle called implementation. We implement then there is a monitoring and evaluation phase also. And the way who say, oh, yeah, implement challenges are where we can improve, where we can maintain. Then those challenges are become the new you can say inputs into the cycle. Until everyone says, feeding is a problem. We've implemented you say, oh, because of numbers, AB feed, have a problem. What do we do? So maybe we need to diversify the funding source for free education. That's just one possibility. And yes, Anna, so that new funding source becomes another input into the policy cycle. Until the next cycle, no one say, AB, if we're getting money just from Alpha, now we have another source from somewhere. Until it improves the policy, until the implementation becomes smoother. But a hard, when those who are supposed to know better, and me partner the policy elite, who are responsible for the implementation of our policy, want to pretend they want to be ostriches and say, oh, Hakuna Matata, Bibiada, there's no problem. To the extent, say, we are insinuating, say, there is this grand agenda, conspiracy by some journalists to discredit this policy. No journalists, and from the documentary, and I'm sure, I did not see an indication of opposition or resistance to the policy. What the documentary sought to do, in my view, is that free SHS has come to stay. There are some issues we need to deal with, and it is normal with every policy. Policy being you are implement now. There are no challenges. Then not just any policy, because at every point in time, there would be, and people have different types of demands and needs and so on. Until policy that is even meant for one population, you can find difficulties because there are some segments of our population now almost special needs. The general policy probably did not take care of. Until we implement, when we say, oh, we need to do this to be able to even the imbalance. What you must say. And the policy be our implement here. There will be challenges. And to say, or be a documentary to expose the weaknesses and challenges in the system. Nipano a grand agenda be to insinuate say the journalists might even be staging some of the evidence or videos now or the Babontin. Me do want to what end? journalists say now dear no be film nenga say the documentary was nice and at the end dear no be film. And like he said, he merely mirrored what is already on the ground. So if you'll be a Juma for Ministry of Education and by extension the least you can do is to keep quiet and listen to us. Journalists are part of society. By nature of Ome Jumano, it makes them stand out a bit because they take the risks to go and find out the air war and come and tell the rest of us. But that does not take out, it doesn't discount the fact that almost are part of society. Until what I'm feeling, they feel it. Mika say Ngoye, what you are going now? So we a journalist. You are part of society. Double diamond. What is here? Until the fact that we are journalists does not take you away from society. You are still a part of society. Until they also feel, journalists or school nibi. There are journalists whose kids are in the secondary schools. Until they feel what we feel. And sometimes it's just like research. Before you come up with a research idea, sometimes experience with a certain situation would trigger you to begin to think about the certain research question. Say, idea me, mami starting dream about studying or looking into this, investigating this particular scenario. In the same manner, journalists are also triggered by the things they experience. Your parents are complaining, say, your words, they complain about Adriani, we are made to pay certain amounts of money. Or Tia, then he's intrigued to go do investigation. What journalists do? Investigative journalism is just like doing research. What is here? Until here because the person feels what is going on. Until he's intrigued to find out more. And that's what research is all about.
But if the ministry also has genuine concerns, they are allowed to express same.
What are their concerns?
For example, they make the point, say, the narrative is being pushed as if, say, free SHS is the cause. Say, poor feeding air cause will school.
Nanka, what is the cause?
It was happening before free SHS anyway. You don't link every problem with a free senior high school to free SHS. That has been the ministry's one of the issues they've raised.
It's the poorest and most incompetent response they can ever give. You see, who implemented policy? So, what are the fallouts from the implementation of the policy? And according to them, there are no fallouts. And because Canino, you couldn't feed students, and now we had some problem, no. So see, free SHS, and so that problem cannot be attributable to free SHS. What do you say? He was there, no. He was proud to mention the numbers, enrollment figures have shot up.
Yeah.
What does that mean? It means there are more mouths to feed now. And if I say the fewer mouths you had to feed are now if the maths, the number has increased, what do you think is going to happen? Where common sense doesn't require rocket science to know. So once the number of students has increased, you should expect, say, the cost of feeding so and once already you were struggling with feeding, let's say our numbers now cost. What do you expect is going to happen? Well, Sabi, common sense. Until you cannot say, so is he telling me that there's no correlation or relationship between the crisis of feeding and the implementation of the policy? Is that what he's saying? You see, sometimes some of these conversations, you can't help but to feel a bit angry. Because you are saying because the problem existed. That's why I love empirical studies. If somebody is going to do a study, what you say, the person wants to find out a causal relationship, for example, between the implementation of the policy and the crisis in feeding. There are other, you see, when you are interpreting even regression outcomes, sometimes you don't say there are all kinds of things that influence a certain behavior in a variable, but you are looking for a particular one. So you don't say A, B, ways who can influence the behavior, no. Bakuna you are studying, no, cannot also explain that. What I say. So when you're doing empirical studies, you can't study all variables. So you pick a particular variable. And there are ways you can make sure that particular variable now we are not studying does not influence the contribution and the effect of Newu studying on the outcome variable. What am I saying? And you can still study the effect of the implementation on the crisis of feeding. Without saying because before Ukraine there was a crisis crisis. It could well be the case, but implementation to can also be a cause. What is it? And that is my point. And I'm saying it's a commonsensically men and empirical study be cry. Bisa who say
numbers
no do say cry. Now there were issues with feeding. Since here numbers now become. What do you think is going to happen? Certainly there will be challenges, and this will be a Juma to help guide you who are your policy. Yeah, can say those of you in the policy space. And if I were in their shoes, I'd be excited to say, oh, this is a reminder in case we missed it. But you don't come and deny and create the impression, say, oh, everybody else is a conspiracy theorist and everybody else is out to sabotage you. That's the impression I got from the PRO. Say, oh, Namun's I'm drove war, to the extent that okay, when they demand certain information, let's just say, what is your motive? The motive is for you to fix that crisis. And look, let me tell you from experience. Sometimes, nobody saying, say, go and eat the best of, go and eat fried rice and chicken. You don't even have that expectation. What is here? Student beer or honum has minimal expectations. No student goes to secondary school or boarding school and I expecting, say, any dear, maybe chofi, any chicken thigh. Nobody has that expectation. But some minimal expectation, when near mood deliver falls way below some minimal expectation, that is where the crisis is. Obika just a pantex and when went tech. And I suspect that is pan technical.
Yeah.
So move regarding red oil, palm oil.
Gary photo.
Gary photo comes with some. It's rich.
And we are too code.
Where your friend Gary photo? Your friend Gary Ko. Where your friend Gary Ko? Your friend Gary photo. Gary photo is rich. It's good for the.
I think what could it be?
Oh, maybe be that. I know what I'm. Masa, boys have been through a lot of things. Until when they mention these things, these are just reminders of what we've experienced before. Until I know the situation, but I didn't expect it to be coming from the pantry. Like when your personal economy was in crisis, that was when you resorted to these survival techniques. But pantry, to the extent that way there is for everybody, it's a problem. And I would have expected, say, Minister would get ahead of this. Instead of trying to pretend, say, oh, it is just some conspiracy theory, and yes, and it's saying, look, nobody can tell me, say, sir, policy, the implementation has no challenges. Are we saying, say, the money meant for the implementation of free SHS, and sometimes we also make it even worse by the kinds of choices we make. Buffer stock go away. I don't even see why buffer stock should be the entity supplying food to secondary schools. What is the essence of having a buffer stock? Buffer stock is to buy agricultural produce when prices are lower and preserve so that when prices are higher, then they sell it. So, what is here? But you don't turn them into retailers. And people were profiting from it. People made a lot of money being retailers in the name of working for buffer stock. What is here? And it creates all kinds. It becomes messy. Before buffer stock, secondary schools were buying their own items.
Yes.
And we didn't have this acute shortage. And they says your buffer stock crab minim says your crab didn't cry a bomb because the initial arrangement now and the mass can baby and now there's no money for them to even buy food no more across secondary school. So why should a company like buffer stock be reduced to a retail company buying food for secondary schools? Secondary schools they know where to buy their they had their own contractors, suppliers. They where they could get cheaper, food. Now you are forced. You forced all of them to buy from a central point. And look, if I were the minister, I would be the first to come and admit, say, Nukre Niekosuni. And our minister is and Nukre say, Unkolani being Yedranindi. Okay, Chas severally had to postpone the opening of schools because of food. Ujitum. And okay.
Ministry argument, they said the videos for the documentary were captured in December 2023. And the documentary is being shown in March. And the situation now, different from what pertained in December.
Was it a video?
No, vice president.
It was captured in December last year.
December last year.
Obi. Is that the minister's argument?
Yeah, the ministry's argument.
Is it by the minister? The buck stops with him. So that's you see, the voice might be the PROs, but the words are the ministers. What was here? And they are doing when Ebimuzi Ombe vice president. Say because it happened in December.
Osei.
It's not a problem. And that's not the situation as it pertains. It's because Obianya documentary ene. That is why he finds it comfortable to say that, because Obianya documentary ene to show that this is the situation as of today. But I'm telling you, that challenge persists because near able to solve a problem. No, and by yes, why? What caused it in December? No, or you say it happened in December, me boy. What caused it in December? And yes, Kasem. All of a sudden has some miraculous money falling from somewhere. Yes, it can be every baby to solve that problem, Nana. Until obi a documentary and the person decides to show it in 2 months. Oh my gosh, where in February and how much? Oh, and then the situation is different. You can't continue to pretend about the reality because one, if you don't advertise while we are here, you can't. And look, this one doesn't mean you can't. If you feel say by talking about the challenges, Rebecca say one number. That's not what it means. It takes a good leader to admit say there are challenges in a particular sector, and call for everybody to join hands in finding solution to the problem. But because you want to be said, say, oh, we need the best minister that ever happened to this country. When indeed, in fact, but because the person wants to enjoy the tax, say is the best minister ever. And even if there are challenges, let's drown and dwarf those challenges.
I mean, I say assessment and 1 year, I no agree to be as best minister.
I say yes, and Anayaka. Say, or born home minister of education, and the minister mother. And who's as well new. And because he has enjoyed the prestige that came with that tag, it's become difficult to accept that there are challenges in the sector. And and I am saying that if you are a leader who really feels he wants to be great, even though I do not think that, well, I almost said something about this ambition everybody is throwing about. But my point is that as a country, there are times we need to forget about the personal egos and admit, say, challenge in Uji Tumwa, Obianka say you created it. Because Sabi, Sikanumba, there's nothing you can do about it. But you don't create the impression that all is well, everything is rosy. Hakuna Matata, Bibia Dadi. Meanwhile, and yes, parents are suffering. And if you've been, of course, those who have been to boarding schools, no. Komadiwa. Now we need to be in India. Additional crime, won't you know? Who got to prepare? I didn't go. Because if you are not full, the brain also ceases to work. And this is as important as teaching and everything else that matters in education. Adriani dear Ankola Adriani Ankoledi is as important as everything else. To say teaching, to say baby on better is as equally important. And this techniques, any antics now. The ministry wants to pull, say, this is just an agenda by one journalist, and he even insinuated a multimedia more agenda. He come in a boom, say, what is your motive? Multimedia for motive, he saying. And I was expecting you to respond to him, say, your motive is to serve Ghana, and you are part of society.
I told him our motive is to mirror what's happening on the ground, and that's what we've done.
Sometimes they make you look as if say journalists are one. You guys are Robinson Crusoes. You are living on some island. Munka society no. Enti na mbisa say, enkoye u ekoye ma. Because enkoye ma me a ebi kaw me wa. Oh. Ana ekoye.
I think Mohammed.
No, ana ekoye.
What
is it? And that makes it even worse. So that's double joke.
No student. No,
what was it?
I think we that's it. That's my mintie honorable. Honorable minim what do you have to say?
These things Obi free SHS any ehon asem. Nano President, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, about Parliament, representing the state of the nation. Actually, free SHS. Enya mu kwan epie ho. Semienu a the man penny car ya be to me trim. Osei we share nipa bebree. O ma ka kire ne say. Eye na pen so odi free SHS ba ye. Na o menya krachi e wo mabusuam. Na chese se abusua no, na se bi ohianti. Afi bia no enkrofo kọ secondary school a abusua ni ntimi nyam nipa. Enfanko nyeso motrewu anoma bonwo na mom ohianti ti president we share nipa bebre na sebe se we adwuma na se ehumfaso no nipa etibi di hu adanse a aya obroni frɛ bibi se we fulfilled wo kra eto yam se sebe Ghana for enya kwan emma wo tumi se be di oman no so no wendi wo mohwambo de bia meka se ade na eso papa no say yemma ne kwan mane meta konya no so na onnim say free SHS ye betimi aye e Ghana mana ye mana bo nipa no asase na manfo nyintum fi Ghana for say yen egitu mu say yen so ne hwe no ye de ba ye no nipa dodo omenya kwan akọ free SHS no adoso entino ebetimi ehunu edi hu adanse obi say nipa dodo enyamo kwan akọ secondary school dia enye na yenkai hunu se ahokyere beba, but it does not reduce the fact say nipa dodo no anya kwa ewura secondary school mu emenne omobra no ebesipi omobra no ebesiye omonso omenya kwan akọ school say apart from the prestige ede ba say obi afie busuo mu akọ secondary school no yenim say nipa no nso wanyantetie bi a dachi ekoboa no mano abode bra mmiri bia pesa revolutionary ade bia no osisa bibi mu bia no e de how bi na eba ndi wo bia ni wono mo betimi aka se free SHS de ba yi ehun son ehun asam ni ho enti no aban no nyansa mu no asase no nyoma esisi ani ade na no ye hu ye pa hu kwan omo ko green omo ko yellow no ni ade sansi sene a ye de aboa na nipa nyina ko school no yenim sane amanfo esi ya twetwe yenim sane amanfo eka ho asem esreye na kyese eka bi nko a eka wo mo nya sika nko school de de wo mo ntena fie but na papa na hyebo wa hyegada fo bo magada fo so agina tum se ampa ye hia eti nipa dodo atu abama no ye nipa dodo a na wo mo abusuafo nya kwan nko secondary school esai sika na enifie nti eti wo bunya mu kwan ko school ohawba ye so ado obi and free SHS by ye more than 800 facilities in the various secondary schools of Ghana in terms of dormitories, science labs, classrooms. Yes, see say emboa eti eneno ye wo schools bi wo ha omko one stream omu ni green ni yellow no ade it's also omenya enough facilities ebi so da so ko e sign pressure that schools no so nti enyane sebo no wo bi eni ho no mu a obeka say eni ho because enye nanse dia documentary ekohu yi emiri bi etwemu no ensem bi piepie bafa stock ba be yi anom na ni nyina no ensem ni pia aban de no hugim no ye hwehwemu a ye hunu se human element bi wo mu a emma ehihya aban ye no NCP sa documentary pie aban antra ne toso officers from Ghana Health Service Ghana Education Service, Ministry of Education, Free SHS Secretariat, womu etu womoto region bia womu fa 10 schools eko hwehwe omunua ne semu jomu hu ye ni binie schools omu ko dodo no ano no mu onuane ewo omu stores na omu omunuane enuane omu stores granted say there are more schools in every region than 10 na omu ko ye no but assembly pie ye no na imprempren awose yetimi ekoye hwehwemu da ye hunu say na assembly tie eti ye hunu say enye universal senya documentary no e pa kire eti be bia documentary no ekotwa pictures no ye demand say ye hia schools no but documentary no ammo schools ne din but because the papem nansem twere dwuma no ye de boa na ya ma oman ne tumpon a sa data ye hia na ye hunu no kura ewom but so we na so this schools ni din ni adisia why na hunu no kura ewom obi so to say enti no nya dia ban ne nsantro for otwe nya dia ban ne multimedia wa asem bia ye nim se mo ye madwuma but adwuma no ye misa se eye ne papem ebekọ akọboa oman no oman chichire no ye nyinara ye de ewom sebe ye nsantro ye frɛ ho se for first state na che se ye wo asudie bi e wo oman chichire ne mu enti se na ye timi akoye documentary we na ehun asema pie mo bi edi hu nkoma the least we can do say emwa urban development ne say schools aye koye no enie na obi an fa de ni akire ede ne edi sie adenti ena de ede abeto abontene a obi a discuss no yenti bi nkire say eye school we school of maintain school asumasi na ye koye a ekotwitwa asamfoni no na mayeti mehunu say yenkonkohwe we want solutions yenka say free SHS no aba or how enim etinano state of the nation president ka say yenjai argument no yenjai argument on free SHS na yenhwe kwaye befa so a improve when you use the word review ebomu de say yen review obi wotobrofo say me obi ka reviewer to be reviewed upwards, or to be reviewed downwards, or to be reviewed negatively, or to be reviewed positively. But improve with the this like a crime minimum or improve when say, because you say review be ebaya, the council nurses and then teacher training allowance. Esa say obi wo hono mu asabe say how ne ba aya na ne ho FM iti wa hwe sabi ensemu a nipa de beka kura po no e ma hu se otumi nya ho hwe but government is established to find solutions. It's a human institution. The human institution ne de wo ye den ya enema bi betochema etochema wo hia aban ene ne kandifo a wo me de akukuduro beka se ye som, and that is why the president is calling for an improvement. So bibia ya kama ye beka se improve. Etinu ye kosko say the good better best. It is a good that you hear say be the better. Better I will say and the best. So the president has acceded to say we can improve what we are doing. It is a conversation. It is saying that conversation de baba. Ye conversation no in such a way say ye de boa on mine no na on mine na koredim. Ma ye nye manim better than politics. Because nipa wo school ni mu no enkwala wo school ni mu no awofo a wo de omma akọ school mu no ye nim so me ye MPP ni o so me NDC o so me hi o ye nim an so me ye Ghana for, and that is why the state has spent 8.4 billion on free SHS program. That is close to about $705 million, close to about $1 billion. On minisika ye dia share free SHS mu for the past 7 years. Me ujam say yenni sa komo ya mechira on so dodo a free SHS e dia maye over the period and now you work more than 3 million, but about 3.5 million and kwala I school omu school no mo we have close to 503,000 almost a train number rule for the 2024 academic year program be say no agidin amaya hudo bebre na abo aban na baso amaya hudo bebre na abo oman no abaso say oman bi ti say Ghana eti be fa such an ambitious program eye ema hu fa so de no ye hu a de atochi maka krabo mu no ye di hu nkomo eso ano ye fa nye propaganda ye fa nye politics eti me de bi di ya kakra o documentary no hu say ye open up na ye hu no bebia yakotwitwa samfoni no na aban ni bre se obeso ano no watimi di nani ahwe ho because e ba ye dry course no 10 schools from each region sampling ye to mean say prekupe ye ku schools ni nyina mu na megina ha na mabo schools ahwesofo no headmasters ni housemasters ni matrons no mu ni ade abaso se edi mu mpo no kakra ye ko ye no ye hu emo a omoboa se kwala no ebenya asomdwe na ometibe sua de afie beto aba enti se afie ye be pejansam ne edi hu nkomo a ye mmomodia se ebenya that thin line between enkomo a ye die mana chichire wo man ene enkomo a ye die ne edi egu aban bi anim ase se Ghana for eni mfaso dodo a wo menya e free SHS ho said you because a free SHS has come to stay. Hey, oh how are we? Obi na se one so a go betwam obetwam
ko be ye fi ho akasa of
mining to me
who ye sure so obi betimi ye fi ho
eh ebi ati ba ye bi dawo
question we say one answer
ebi wa kukudro
we did so betimi ye fi ho yes no
ebi wa kukudro
ebi
wa kukudro ebi wa kukudro body ah di twani memu
ebi ne nevo
ebi wa kukudro body edi twitwa ne memu debi ameka se wo ho wo hwe ya ban ya
was no akasa wo ye ne sifom na
wo hwe ya ban ya ihwe ya ban ya ye ne nyanum NDC fo omo na san nyama we no omotimi ye be se na no Easter I'm say 2 years ago and I hear about me e kokwa and I say na ni fi ya o ma ya o ya man yosem watina se ya hwehwemu a se hear about ma wodi assembly medi post organ nyina up to president ohun policy ba ko pesei ayera mama afa na warane with it to dey true meka abedu na Ghana for na ajatum mana ebe dey fit Ghana for
no obi on we no
oh on the president that
ento no policy
and I'm sure only president that on na o kan asem enti no wa be the president there
what me akire me so oni bi
wa on kan so be met me akire
oni bi
met me akire de wo
mesi oni bi
mesi met me akire de yewra mamu ba obi awo na mom what you to mu say yewra mahama
on the defense
president be di adi nyina no
when you madam body
o be me wie
Ekosiisen so high Asempa
Entino, ye dia ya.
Yes.
Pro social friend say policies, free SHS, friend say health insurance, friend say bakui lip. Any school feeding. No money. Ushedi nyina kenya ya ban se shedo no. Then so it sounds say we have given a human face to governance in tea. Yes, this is the best animal no, mana boa Ghana for. One more magia to am social democrats. One more how na no me dwane ho. Nti say nurses and training teacher training allowance. Yen twemi ntimi.
But that's not a proper. It's not a proper policy.
Oh, but yeah. Say the be support. One more ntimi enye sika mfa nko.
It serve the purpose. They be read there. Seriously, they have.
So that's it.
Just like us.
Enti.
Okay, all right. Madam says that one no see.
Enti me patch that say. Ye me patch that say. The abbey yensi nkonwa ni nkomo.
Okay.
Na obia be radwene say obeka edegu aban ani mase no. Ghana for ni mfaso dodo omenya wo ho. At least having access to education. Unto school fees. Untoma. Untoma. Dumas eventual school fees ipo keke no. Eye mfaso de kese a Ghana for the bo MPP abaso.
Lawyer Mayentio.
Obi. Medase. Free education and challenges. You see, umami wu ankasa wada. Fisempeni se bi opora wada wonchen. Wonna bonten na atifio. Wada wonchen wada animu.
Asempa FM.
Ade ne se disiti ne sana se oka no. Mpani se papa homa so opa aboa no maso no. Oyi aboa no redie no ne homa no afini redie no so. Enye ne mu ye ne de so obenya na mawe o. Ne mu ni yiye mu so benya bi ne ye de ayere twene. Ne abomma obi ade ade asanti. Na mani yi ne redie no anase wo yi no na na free redie no so. Abanze ro se fa ne say muni ana kwaya sajima no.
Kwetenate.
Enye ne boni a wo pe Kufuado aban. Anase na nim guase a wo pe Kufuado aban. Nim Asempa etia. education minister what in crime okodma won crime sabi onu anu krom de ache from secondary school dey see wo honne he is not aware mimi school for independent secondary school dey see wo honne wanya aware na kufu adotin crime okodma won crime dey see wo bokwase college e wonu anu krom wonim. It sometimes you need people to come and tell you what is happening. Not what to want among. If you say, Anya biana tia what tia kunyasu woody and nimuno, and I say woody as no. Ye dear muntia, professors just for our welfare. Ye dear muntina whatever. And nimani be a yen ye no. Entwa yi no bi ne bekoko ho abeka kire ose asomasi de ekoso ni onam ani mra hoso be de ne yehu de yehu say under this particular government so you chechere ni na wote open secondary school woteebokwase college wote okuapaman whatever school akoma santeman secondary school ni nyinara na ohu bibia nya wa santeman secondary school na bebo man ya anyi de na transfer ni suspended it yaka headmasters, headmistresses, whatever, teachers, ya come kasabuwa sha omuyem. Ano mwoti wana diekos na nyempo binti minka. Obi, media mekwa secondary school, mamfa media example. Na time was suni yama kwa ni ya biye no. If at most, by the first 2 weeks of say biye school no, ubati ya say ya release resource. And it's that time, master headmaster, Sky, eba bejina kind of say assembly. Na your blue line and red line. You know, it was grade will scores in together, then they amount aggregate. You know, about 74 no a blue line to below 40 a year for the red line to back on senior ticket to not bomb a power yet to board no swear. Who maybe a ticket that's a ticket that red line or the blue line. Number 4 seniors and no corner. What am I trying to say? Not yet the checking academic competence of students. And neighbors are almost under the secondary school. We understand about how, but even the competence of our students, do we have it?
Send as part of the policy, you know, because the students repeat here, a double cost. Emma, by this year there is no repetition in our senior high schools.
The student repeat here, a double cost. I dear my student repeat here then because we are money home thing and no punishment. But it is to ensure that you will be one thing. Now we are fit and proper.
It is said there is no repetition.
I know.
And
I know that come back, but now I'm not saying about him. I say, what kind of students are we producing?
But the argument has been said when they are exiting schools, or much for WASI results are good.
Improve. But I be our colleague on idiot. Who are Jaffoni be an lecturers in Biano and for. But what dia maybe Busabi. Now was one than the Busabi. And you mean Kumonaka said, a fair idea. Objectively, of students, ban one performance at the same. You'll be shocked. I am telling you. So that a worse match no Kobisabi. A didn't go out and I would do I mean, the profession and you're right, some maybe and I would have put certain names of people I wouldn't want. Non-lecturers. Now, come on, someone will catch about the kind of crop of students at Bomun. Obi Yatraka and yet 1 year for more. Sabe me because I can just me 24 years ago. Me ko be biam to the kingdom come.
It was the year you
Sir obi home than dey.
Obi home than say no. And so kon
because what happens and from teachers me now for be a child you senior high schools no. Student be okra terminal exams on metro.
Thank you.
Yeah, on metro.
But they'll go.
Yeah.
But they'll go through. Exactly. They'll go through.
It is some of them don't even write.
Some of them students and will produce. A dear student that will produce. You be we and we or Ubisana or Maria SHS. We are by Maria 2022, 2023 or Cataro. So in your mind, no question be based in 3 sabit about you know. And we are not bothered about these things.
Our pass was it. What?
Pass it was Obi. Pass it was Yama. I got to ask questions. I'm going to go to the Necoto.
No, but why should government? Why should it be the responsibility of government?
That's another learning with Pasco Nyade.
Hold on. Okay, what's the name? Learning with
yes.
Not learning Pasco.
Exactly. Maybe they are learning Pasco.
Those days.
That is what they are doing. That is what they are doing. I'm telling you.
No one can watch
to know how exactly whether even in the law school, you check past papers, see how the questions are set, test yourself and so and so forth.
But that's what they do.
There's a difference between that and learning.
They are learning the Pasco to learn.
How can you learn Pasco?
Honorable. And yet, watching you, and I'm going to no. Imagine, would they just imagine what you said? Such student, but trust as a main sure even terminal exams in po. And no teacher has any right to do anything.
But the state is sponsoring the pictures.
You are all going to form question. You are all going to form three.
Your focus is more on their passing than understanding. Just say you are more interested in.
There is no quality in this education that we are having today. You can't move yanka. Obi akoye search. Akoye say when kwade on one kwade be line me na mumpo. Okwa anka some kwade Babylon ka yamba show. So when you are doing this on your focus on just a somewhere any of the woody. Senko, and say, or investigation as be on the search on how the kind of teachings and any sort of education is it here, Mr. Kayambasho. And Kayambasho. Is it not dangerous? How many students are doing that? Yamusa. Students in the mood was sign out, meet trust your own treasures in Poon question, but I don't the no teacher has any right to repeat him or do anything to him. So pushing the money, that's great. In tobacco, I mean, form 2, form 3, we are Obi, Opieba, he's as empty as the word empty. But who can him boy, yes, okay. My mom, I for a letter. When you airport, good 2022. What kind of say I for education for say it was captured in December 2023. Anna what the abandoned more or less than Zakraibo meba.
Yes, 2-3 months down the line or change
okay, Timia. We a letter make free man draw online. But it was issued by CHAS from Eastern Regional Branch. Nati.
When?
Oh, say my dating now. Okay. My dating November. Where was Eastern CHAS Council meeting on the challenges facing the free SHS program fallout. Heading at the Eastern CHAS Council meeting held on Tuesday, the 12th of July 2022. 2022.
Okay.
At the Pentecost Second Senior High School in Kuforidia, the following challenges facing the senior high schools with particular reference to food shortages. With particular reference to food shortages. Reduced weight of food items. Erratic release of funds meant for perishable and recurrent funds were outlined. Was it food? Then the next paragraph, food shortage. Was it there has been food shortages for the past 2 years? Where 2022 July, and he is saying the past 2 years, which means from 2020. And they are telling you today, say, oh, why you are in December? No, you see,
when somebody does the document,
and you can see it well for to make meditation well the source.
Already, I see
okay.
You guys have a grand agenda.
What does it? So now, you see, okay, so it's important. Yeah, can answer. A dear be a more issues and yan run a start yet. And yet December ne survey no and the phrase from this letter that I even read to you, which was July 2022, is telling you it has been there for the past 2 years, which means way back from 2020. Now, anyone no ever home. Okay, let the question they were saying said they have no option than to shut down the schools if the government
has Chance has postponed reopening several times.
So what I said, they said it in this letter. And then 2024, the same story that was said in 2022. And you are telling us it is not the case. So what is the case? What is the issue now? Is it Asempa saying?
But you didn't see the documentary also from the ministry, also the journalists, schools. And on that, so
it could be staged.
Yes.
No worry.
That's what I said. Because when you look at the videos on the issue, now say there was one or presec. Na aduane ne ye bembin stew papa
videos no why dey na say o kan wasam
no make a ministry
na hu presec na beans
stew
and you know the usual of secondary school
imagine say wonnim say enne headmaster nim say enne education ministry for
and yes or no
ABCD.
No,
you think they must take this things for you?
They will tell him say and ye budget
you guys are engaging in conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
A conjecture and no engagement.
Are you saying there was not even one?
No, at least in their documentary, no.
And you are expecting them to show you that. You are expecting the Ministry of Education. So we're not going to survey with media men and cameras. No man can just say you're going to come with some person.
Benghazi, Pesa video.
I don't want to see it. Of doing anything.
Was fiction. I will accept it if he's able to name the schools.
Have you asked him say on schools?
We have asked. So we need.
You get alluded to that.
No, but
I don't think say a deliberate say you can't see first schools.
Of course,
you demand the schools.
If you want it, they'll give it to you.
You see, you spoke about victimization.
Yes,
it is possible, say. Some of the schools,
yes,
and we know,
but that's actually one of the reasons why we thought actually.
If you give the names, no transfer any banana. What you
how do we ascertain the authenticity of
the charge for car? No, and also you know correct.
Send us on what?
And I make medical say the president has even accepted. So we need to improve the program.
This letter was signed by
saying all is well.
No, okay, so all is well. It doesn't mean say as bad as this.
No, he's not saying it's not terrible. But
this letter that I read, it was signed by two people. The regional secretary and the one.
Yeah.
The regional chairman and then the regional secretary.
Concede there are genuine challenges.
And when it is true. And then run the starting.
No problems.
And starting run. That is the point I'm trying to establish here. And first run. Until the Charles letter. And I'm not trying to letter you.
They met 2020. You know.
Yeah, 2020.
After 2021.
2020.
Chese wa.
What does it? So you know. Nobody says he will improve it. It has come to stay and it's going to stay forever and ever.
There are issues, so
but it's young. Obi, me do we know. When this in your park, Edin Common. Or cite IMF document in Emma paragraph and page numbers.
They admitted
said they are going to review free SHS.
Because there are
we have used the word review in that document to IMF. But no, review the and we can review according to review means cancellation. According to the Nakufu, review means cancellation. Meanwhile, the same people have gone behind the curtain to write that same word that they see as cancellation to IMF. Say we are going to review it. What kind of people are this? What kind of people are this? And you money musu just among can correct and the monkey.
If you can review
musu just among can correct.
Now the meaning of review to MVP uncle and the meaning of
can you imagine?
And this review.
Can you imagine?
Hey,
can you imagine?
Unya video no.
Yamba video no. Yamba video no.
Watch it.
A stage video.
Why would the whole ministry? Why would the ministry?
A stage video. I'm telling you, a stage. A stage.
But why would the ministry?
A stage video.
Maybe say. I
didn't know.
Lawyer. Train who quantity.
I saw it now.
No. You see what we are doing. I'm not sure. Say parents listening to us are excited. I'm not sure. Say unkolana omuko school eduane ho asem eduane ho asem ayedin no. They appreciate ye because ministry say no crese nkwala nye aduane sochi did it say the way they portray in here. You didn't have to go and do a documentary. Charles Ekan, why didn't you do a documentary to say Charles for Ekan? Let me see Charles for Ekan here no. Why didn't you do a press conference to say your muka ni no? But journalists are the weakest link. And your muka bibia we can come and say all kinds of things against them and even accuse them of conspiracy.
But you should also know, sir, and I think it's a point Christianity made, sir, until this documentary, the narrative was out there. Said the
news.
Adriania short, but now hard evidence, so that is what
used it to support what we already know.
Yes.
And why would you say, sir?
And they are still doubting even that evidence. They are doubting it.
And I've shown it to you. So my point is, why are you picking only on the journalist? Because he has given us pictorial evidence to support what we already know. Because Charles has already told us.
2 years ago,
you have reported, and yet 2 years several times. Schools times soon say on school or because we know all the stories. There was one day of the conversation by giving us video evidence.
Yes.
We see because on your journalist and our video why don't you go and attack Charles? But because where there is you think say he's weak in the context say media for there we can say whatever we want. So you go for the juggler. Go against Charles. Check Charles and your muka and yanukre omu chantro. So that my point, it comes back to my point. Say, why are we trying so hard to lie to ourselves? Uyari now Anton Uyaria. Unye unwedro. What is if we all know, say these are the problems that ail and that are worrying our policy. Now when Jin Tumu said these are the problems. Now you are telling IMF and every potential donor say, as far as feeding of students in secondary schools are concerned, there's no problem. That's what you are telling them. You've gone as far as doing a counter documentary showing Gobea air rich.
Any beans.
This is extraordinary.
Okay, rice and beans.
Rice and beans.
Plain rice with beans stew. No, beans stew. Secondary school.
Adai. Omudi.
Egubomo.
Etidie na person omudi.
Egubomo.
I don't know omudi.
And I'm nka ho. And I'm nani beans no. Obere no answer na how
also beans you protein.
And say center
out my stay in secondary school.
We have the come.
No, any day time and you did beans was when it came with Gary.
Yes.
But beans stew with plain rice.
Plain rice.
And I was school
say too much na say
no me show.
That you think by enti awase.
Who was in school? Who decide running?
Na say say na do dan kwa kufa do nya person.
But listen na eduane.
Na eduane.
Who the teachers has not come to change the menu. The teachers has not come to change the menu.
I improve.
Adema nadi. Abesa no kra.
Teachers improves everything secondary education.
2012 you was allowed question.
This one says Obi, good evening. I am Mercy from Kaswa. Where I completed my secondary school, the matrons, when they close, they share the rest of the uncooked food and ingredient used for cooking and keep them till it's in large quantities. Then they sell them at the market. I've witnessed it with my eyes. Thank you. But that is also another factor in there.
Sacking them.
A major issue. Taxis near Pakia Gum, ambulance near Pakia Gum. Enyani atosi e fa maye manu. E fa maye manu. Na omu you know mo. Yeah, one of the things. And we need to talk about
no, it's a problem.
Yeah, we are na yan kase say twa ye ho. Na be say go about.
No, me ditum say a problem.
So be we ani ankola. I was ankola die say be yan san so. What I say? Because the ani afa mre wo ye tua aka bosome. Akola ni ntua nika. Wo de wo jaka tua nti wo be anya bi jata ne na bi apa bi adi. Yes, for said you are no man quad in your bibini.
Yeah.
Nasan mammy and yes, come on to now. What was all the so that's and no there. And I remember some people have been caught in the past. Oh, yes, and they wouldn't be a I mean, get a report the person and let's get arrested.
And Kolane air complaints say come you also join them in the complaint.